Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to the 6.3 launch party of the new patch of Final Fantasy XIV. We'll be switching over in a little bit here. I think, as much as I like the prelude, it's, it can very, very quickly get on your nerves, I think, when you're hearing it for too long. I wish they would have implemented a longer loop, though. Then again, I don't even know what the PS5 allows in terms of menu music. I don't know. I feel like, back in PS3 days, they sometimes put more effort into these, launch screen menu windows and what have you. Anyways, servers aren't live yet, as always. We'll be going over the patch notes in a bit. Just, quickly skim over them. I have read through them yesterday and had a very quick look at the balance changes this morning. So, yeah, we'll be taking a quick look at those while the service is still offline, and then we'll be jumping in. As always, don't expect me to do content right away. We'll be checking out, as I mentioned in the stream on Sunday, I'll be checking out a bunch of the quality of life changes, be switching over my theme, things like that. So the first hour is just going to be looking at the changes, figuring out what works, what doesn't, what I want to change in terms of settings, and then we'll be diving into the new Alliance raid. Main story is probably going to be tomorrow. As always, look at my stream schedule to keep up with updates in terms of stream time and what I'll be doing. Anyways, we'll be switching over. You know what? Is this better in terms of music? Do I have any launch screen that has better music? Let me just adjust the audio, though. Because I switched it over or made it... There we go. You know what? I think there's a little bit of a calming sound. It's not, music per se, or nothing super, super fancy, but anyways, let's keep it like that. Let's also, I'm going to be switching my screen over as well. There we go. Should hopefully keep the audio. I think it does. I'm going to be switching over my screen. Does it still work, or... Nope, of course it doesn't. For fuck's sake. Yeah, I need to work on that in the future. I don't like that that's an issue, but... I need to change some stuff around in OBS anyways, so... There we go! Those are the patch notes that we'll be reading through, and then all the way at the end, I think I'm gonna go and take a look at the launch trailer again. The thing is, well, I somehow need to know when the service will be live, which might be an issue here. Yeah, all the way at the end. In about an hour, I think I'm just going to switch back to the launch of 14. Anyways, let me bring this up as well. I already made a list so that I know where the hell these things are. Because the way I always do it, right, is I just look through the patch notes and I'll just write down everything that I want to change, and or the places where you can actually accept the different quests, which just helps, keep everything neat and tidy and remember where things are. Because there are some side quests that, well, obviously I want to continue, but with everything that gets updated, sometimes I keep my, where I find myself wondering, well, where was that? Or wasn't there something else that I wanted to do or change? Anyways, let's get into these. So there are a couple of really interesting updates. In terms of quality of life updates, or in general game updates, I think they did a pretty good job. I still wish they would sometimes do just a bit more in that direction, specifically considering that quality of life and these types of changes typically only ever come with major updates. Now, thankfully, we are getting these major updates every 4 months, but at the same time, I would say that there's still, you know, there could just be more sort of small little changes here and there, specifically UI changes, a bunch of other stuff that I just wish they would do, you know, more frequently and or just even more. It's always great to get these, but at the same time, I guess to bring up an example, and we'll be getting to that later on in the patch notes, obviously the themes, right? They introduced being able to switch over themes at the beginning of Shadowbringers, I'm sorry. Shadowbringers, right? That's when they introduced themes. And they introduced the light theme, which, well, at least it was very appropriate for Shadowbringers, which is, I think, why they did it. They probably thought it was kind of, well, not necessarily funny, but just appropriate, right? For having the everlasting light be a part of Shadowbringers, and then also for the players to be able to switch over to the light theme. Which is funny because, you know, over the last 10 years or so, all the websites and programs and everything switched over to dark themes for the most part, right? Most people just use dark themes nowadays. And then Final Fantasy comes along and introduces a light theme. It was kind of funny at first, but my main issue with it was that even back then, they already talked about, well, we're going to be introducing more of these, right? There's going to be more themes, and I thought, oh, great, right? They'll probably just introduce a couple of colors and what have you, and yeah, that's going to be it. Now, Shadowbringers released middle of 2019, right? June or July, I think, of 2019. That is 3.5 years ago, right? Something like that. Whatever. 4 years ago? Wait. Yeah, three and a half. It's early, sorry. Since then, the only other theme that we've gotten is the classic Final Fantasy theme. And, you know, going back to that quality of life change, yes, they introduced those updates. Yes, there is a bunch of stuff every patch, which is great. But when you look at the individual things and look back at when they've been updated for the last time, then, you know, it doesn't look that great anymore. You know, same thing, the Glamour Dresser, it's been 8, I don't know when they introduced that thing. That must have been in Shadowbringers at some point as well, right? Or was it Stormblood already? Was Shadowbringers? I don't know. Point being, you know, the inventory upgrades that we've gotten for the Glamour Dresser, the increases to Glamour Plates and all that stuff has taken too long, right? It's not taken way too long, I would say, but it's definitely been taking too long. I don't know. I wish they would work on these things a bit more frequently, right? And we'll be getting to that when we get to the themes, but it's just unfortunate. One thing that I do very much appreciate, though, is that they're doing stuff like this, right? That they're introducing these sort of miscellaneous updates. They're going to be using this at some point in the future for some reason. Oh, right, this is probably just going to be the next variant dungeon, isn't it? I didn't even think of that. Yeah, it makes sense that the entrance to that thing would be somewhere around Upper Lenosha, which makes that then sense that we can look at Umdapur in a little bit more detail than what was previously possible. Also, since they introduced flying, this zone just felt weird, because you were able to fly across the lake, and it made you realize how weird of a setup the zone is anyways, right? They did that quite a few times back in A Realm Reborn, where they had these zones be split into two parts, and since there wasn't flying, the only way to get to travel between the two parts was by utilizing, you know, boat carrier, what have you. And, you know, through that, it didn't feel as weird as it does now, but now it just, I don't know, something about it just feels off. Anyways, let's get properly into it. New main scenario quests, obviously I'll be doing those tomorrow. That's in Ratzatan, so let me write that down. MSQ... is Ratzatan where we left off? Ashan? Where did we leave off? We definitely stopped in Ratzatan. Where exactly did we stop in terms of... Like, where did the last quest in 6.2 leave us? I think it might have been in front of the palace in Ratzatan, right? So that's probably where it picks up again. I don't, you know, the specific coordinates here must be there. Wow. For some reason, back in Stormblood, I think, as much as I don't have any sort of problem with the story at all. The patch story quests are always phenomenal, and they've always been phenomenal ever since I've played the game, and even before that, the Heaven's Word patch quests, and arguably also at least the later patches of A Realm Reborn. The story's always been absolutely phenomenal. I think sort of towards the end of Shadowbringers, but specifically now with Endwalker as well, they've definitely introduced more quests again. I don't know if... Well, the length of the cutscenes and the story quests has also definitely increased. But they've also just upped the number of quests. I don't know if maybe a couple of quests are a bit shorter than, and we had a bit longer quests sort of, you know, after Stormblood, just stuff like that. I would have to go back to really, you know, look at that. But for the most part, I very much appreciate that we've gotten more quests again. Sadly, a lot of people didn't like the, you know, A Realm Reborn patch quests, and going through them on an alt character, nowadays they're a breeze, right? They're an absolute breeze. Of course, there are, you know, a million different cutscenes and whatnot, but that's story, right? That's something interesting. And I think the only reason for why players didn't really appreciate the quests after A Realm Reborn was that because the game got way, you know, more popular, and people just wanted to get to those points they had read about, right? They wanted to get a Heaven's Word, which was always advertised as the cool, well, it is a very cool story. And then also Shadowbringers. So people wanted to get to those parts, and they wanted to not necessarily rush through A Realm Reborn, but certainly get through that, right? Somewhat quickly. And I think that's why a lot of people didn't really like those quests. Back when I did them, I hugely appreciated how many quests there were. For me personally, it was a blast to go through those 100 quests because I didn't do them all at once. I always did like 10 quests or something, right, during a day, and, you know, played it for a couple of hours in the main story, but then I always went off and just did something else. I mean, those quests also lead to other side quests that you can do, right? And then you get into, you know, the Titan Garuda Ifrit trial series, which leads into other things. You have, obviously, Crystal Tower, which back then wasn't mandatory. So there were all those really, really cool things. And, well, arguably also back when I played, it was still a bit harder to acquire gear and all those things. And obviously then you also had the other jobs, and I had to level other jobs because it was still, you know, the cross-class skill system was still a thing. So all of those things together meant that I never had this problem of having these 100 quests in front of me. For me, I was actually sad when it was over, right? When I realized, oh, now the main story is done. And I think that's still true for people today. It just, you know, has this weird thing. And nowadays, I just find it sad whenever people say, oh, you have to get through Realm Reborn. Yes, but the quests have been changed, and they're now, I would say, very, very equal to all other patch quests from the different expansions in terms of length. That being said, the only thing that is legitimately bad or just not up to standard, I would say, in terms of those patch quests is 2.1 and maybe 2.2. Those quests aren't super interesting. You know, they just deal with the primal threat. They also deal with the Moogle King. And there's just a lot of not that interesting stuff going on. But again, as I said, you can, if you go through it and if you're actually interested in all the lore and stuff of the game, at that point, you can also go into Coils, you can do Palace of the Dead, you can do various optional dungeons. And all of those, or most of those, have very, very interesting lore and quest lines and characters behind them, which just, you know, adds to the whole sort of scenario. Because, well, at least in my opinion, it undermines what the main quest is trying to tell you, or what the main quest is dealing with, right? You're looking at the main quest, and the main quest in 2.1, 2.2 specifically, I think, deals with a bunch of issues all across Eorzea. And I think you get the feeling that there isn't really that, you know, super big driving force or this super cool villain or, you know, all those really, really interesting themes that we get later on during the expansion quests, expansion patches specifically. But you can sort of add that yourself by, you know, adding all the interesting bits and pieces that the whole game has to offer. And I just wish that people would appreciate that more. I think most people actually do. At least those who are interested in the story and the lore of the game. But yeah, whenever people say, you know, I've noticed that on streams quite a bit. Whenever people say, oh, you know, A Realm Reborn is kind of a slog to get through, and, you know, Heaven's Word is when it gets good, and, you know, the later expansions are really, really good. I always feel sad because A Realm Reborn is really good as well if you let it be good. And it just adds a billion different things to what you'll be doing later on, right? All that background lore, all those characters, they come back, and there are very, very cool and very interesting bits and pieces in there that will always be there for you to refer back to in a lot of other scenarios, right? And I've noticed that as well as just, I mean, on stream, I get it, right? A streamer, people just want to watch the main story. I get it that streamers will be a bit more, you know, susceptible to that, you know, going through the story somewhat quickly. But I've also noticed that then they just miss some really, really cool stuff that can add so much to a lot of cutscenes and interactions if you know about it and if you really let yourself be immersed in that. Anyways, I've already been rambling way too much. Yeah, character portraits, cool. We get more Chronicles of a New Era quest. So these are the Alliance Raid series, which I'll be doing first today after, you know, getting through all the miscellaneous stuff. So that's in Mordona. Derek. See, I didn't really know that, or remember that that's where we left off. I do remember that it was a Mordona where we entered that weird portal of his. One thing that I'll also be doing later, I think, is that I'll just look at my journal and read through what we have there. I do remember what we did, but a couple of little bits and pieces and details here and there will probably add to it if I read through that first. Then we have the side stories. Might do those afterwards. We'll see. First one here is void quests, right? It's just one, but those I thought were really, really well done. They add a lot to what we're currently doing in the main scenario, and they're just really well done. In comparison, I think Tataru's grand endeavor so far has been not completely what I imagined it to be. I still like the quests. I hugely appreciate that they exist. But to a degree, they feel a bit more... Okay, so there are two things at work here. I think, right? That's sort of my interpretation of this. First of all, they do remind me a bit of the post-Moogle quests from A Realm Reborn. In that they kind of exist to bring old characters back into the fold and just appreciate everything that we've done over the course of the game and the main story, right? It's a way for you to reconnect with other characters that are not part of the main story anymore, but were at some point. It's almost a bit of a continuation of that big scene towards the end of Endwalker when everybody comes together in Sharlayan bringing those materials for the spaceship. And when you've done everything in the game, right, it hugely adds to that cutscene. And this does feel like a little bit of a continuation of that, in that you just reconnect with those people and take a look at what they're up to, which is almost in line with what the post-Moogle quests back in Realm Reborn did. So I hugely appreciate that that's a thing at all, right? They didn't have to do this, yet they did. Problem being, it's not more than that, and I kind of wanted it to be. Now, obviously, that's my own, subjective wish. That is what I would have liked these quests to be. Yeah, I would have wanted them to have a bit more of an actual storyline going on, rather than, oh, Tataru is opening up a business, right? I mean, we knew that from the beginning, and sure, it makes sense that what she's trying to do here is more or less setting up sort of a trade network for her business. So it all makes sense. It's just that there isn't really more to it at this point, and I wish that there would have been, a bit of an actual story thread going on, or a character development going on for Tataru, maybe, right? And you could argue maybe there is, but it's just not as much as I thought it would be. Now, that being said, this might still go places in the future that we don't see it. And I think, or at least, maybe that's a bit of wishful thinking as well, but I do think that they're setting this up to be an explanation for stuff that might happen in 7.0 and moving forwards, right? Because, well, this is just how I think about it, but I sometimes felt like, Tataru coming in with a bunch of money towards at the end of Endwalker, and in general, a bunch of her connections and you know, whenever we were stuck or whenever we needed to connect with people in a new place, I mean, back in Stormblood, it was in Kugane as well, which you can see on the picture here, right? Sometimes it did feel like a bit of a, you know, a bit of an easy path. It made sense for the story to be told this way because it would have been boring and probably destroyed the pacing if they had us, you know, just do diplomatic meetings all the time, right? I mean, you as the warrior of light, you're there to take action. You're there to actually deal with the threats that are going on. And to have you sit in a billion different political meetings probably wouldn't have been that interesting. But it does sometimes feel like things are going a bit too much your way, right? We're very rarely facing any struggle in terms of being allowed into a country or whatever. And since it's an MMO, it has to work like that, right? Because those are just zones that you can freely roam around in. So it doesn't really make sense that you know, wouldn't be allowed entry into. They sometimes try to do that, and it's cool how they're doing it whenever they do it, but yeah. So I think they're also taking this as a bit of a background setup to maybe in the future, during the main scenario, be able to refer back to this and kind of say, well, you know, Tataru has all these connections. She has her business running, and so naturally she'll be able to connect to people much easier than how we would otherwise be able to. And I think this might also lead to potentially going to the New World or going to Mericidia in the future, having this as a bit of a background thing where, you know, Tataru can just come in and say, oh, hey, by the way, through my business, I've met a contact in Mericidia, and that's the person you'll be talking to whenever you go there, right? It's just, I think, their version of being able to have an explanation as to why these contacts exist in the first place, rather than having to, you know, put all that explanation constantly into the main story and making it feel a bit out of place. So I think that might be sort of a secondary thing that they're doing here. And I hope that it is, because otherwise, yeah, as I said, these quests aren't super interesting, but whatever. Then we get a new Island Sanctuary quest. I very much appreciate that as well, obviously. Why the fuck does my... I hate that. I hate that so much when autocorrect stuff. How is autocorrect still this bad? You would have thought that with AI advancements and stuff, autocorrect would have been better at this point, but nope. It's still as shit as ever. Okay. Island Sanctuary. There's a bunch of stuff going on there. So the quest is on the island. Just note it down like that. We got a new custom deliveries agent. I don't think it's going to be the sheep. I was really confused at first when I saw this. But then later on, they introduced the actual custom deliveries client, and they did show them during the live letter as well at some point. It's just the sheep introduces you to it. And, well, the reason why it's a sheep is because the pixies are involved. So that's deliveries. Certainly interesting, isn't it? And once again, hugely appreciate that they take this as an opportunity to bring you back to the first, to, you know, not forget about this world, so to speak. New Game Plus, obviously, I like this. You know, one of those small changes that they're giving you map markers for these. I don't know why that wasn't a thing before, but now they're there. Yeah, again, bunch of miscellaneous stuff. Sadly, a couple of quests have been removed. Those are weeklies for the Crystal Tower. Yeah, we don't need them anymore, but as always, I'm a bit sad when they do get removed. I wish maybe they somehow would have just, you know, kept the quests, but made them like a one-time thing with a tiny bit of extra lore behind it or something. Especially with how cool these quest names are. It's just sad that they don't exist anymore. Yeah, again, a bit more quality of life. And then we also get, this is also something that appears throughout the patch notes a number of times, is that they sort certain menus in slightly different ways, which is also very much appreciated since a couple of these menus are completely overloaded with stuff at this point. So introducing a couple more filtering options, definitely the right call. This, still no idea what this actually does. I don't know, is Odine's level not fixed? Or is it somehow... Don't know what this does. I haven't done the fate in so long. Is it even the proper Odin fate? Or is it one of... another one? I think it's the proper one, right? I don't know if there were problems with doing that. Don't know. Whatever. We get new stuff for Bicolored Gemstones, we get a new treasure map, we get like an exclusive Elpis treasure dungeon, which I think is pretty fun. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's just the same we always had, but this time it's sort of zone specific instead of being a random chance whether or not you get into one or the other. So just a slight change there. I just need to do more treasure maps. They give so much money, I realized, because I did some with my Dragon Song static the other day, and we did it for like bit of over an hour, might have been 90 minutes or something, and I got like 600k gil out of it. So yeah, I just need to do those more often. They're actually really, really fun. The problem is I always had a little bit of a struggle finding people for it. A lot of people are doing it, but it's kind of the content where you do want to be, you know, in voice chat together, and you do want to do it with people you know. I don't like doing this with people I don't know, because it's, at that point, it's boring. All the fun of treasure maps, I think, at least for me, comes from just doing it with people you like and know, you know, with friends. And yeah. This I like. I'll be looking through those. Whether or not I want to update my FC logo, I just feel like we're still missing a lot of customization options there. I wish they would overhaul the customization for FCs in general, but it's one of those things. FCs are in a weird spot in the game. They are there, they're used, but they aren't what they could be, I think. Especially now that we have, you know, data center travel, world travel. I think they could have done so much more with FCs at this point, and they just don't. I know that from a technical perspective, it would probably be really, really difficult to fundamentally change some stuff about how FCs work, but yeah. Considering that they want to keep running this game for at least another 10 years, and also considering how just hugely popular it is at this point, I don't know. I think they should definitely be thinking about changing, like making some bigger changes to FCs, and they're not for some reason. Anyways, new housing exterior. I very much like this. I think I'm going to be going for this as soon as I can actually get that. So my issue is that my FC only has one submarine. I'm still mostly dealing with airships, which is old content at this point, but I still want to do it, right? Still want to do it, still want to set that up, still want to learn about it, since I've never done it in the past. But yeah, in terms of submarines, I still just need to do a whole lot more, and it's gonna take me a while to get to a point where I can actually craft this stuff myself and acquire the necessary blueprints for it. But if I do get there, I'm going to be going for this house, because I very much like the way it looks. Yeah, we also get more stuff for subaquatic voyages. I don't know if I've mentioned this on stream, but I wish they hadn't completely abandoned the airships. If you start an FC and actually start engaging with the company workshop and with airships and submarines, it just feels a bit, you know, disappointing to have airships not be what they could be. You know, it's fine, I think, that they're completely focusing on submarines as the thing that constantly gets updated. But leaving the airships behind completely is what I disagree with. I wish that they would have at least, I don't know, introduced some new zones or changed up their loot table slightly. I mean, they don't have to, you know, add... You know what? Considering how many things in this game at this point are old content, right? I wish they would have just found a way to still make them somewhat usable. So I'm thinking along the lines of, now we have these loot boxes that you can, you know, they're not actual loot boxes, thankfully, but they kind of work like that, just with in-game currency. And it's a way for you to spend company seals, which company seals in general, they're kind of still used in the game for a bunch of stuff, especially for materials, for crafting housing items. So they're not old content per se, but I think that they at some point realized that people just didn't really have enough reason to spend them at all, right? And so they introduced these boxes. They are kind of loot boxes where you can spend company seals on, and they'll then just give you a random, well, minion or whatever, something from either Heavensward or Stormblood, right? So old content. And they can contain, I think, pretty much anything from back then, even mounts, which is really, really cool. It still keeps those things very rare, right? Because there's so much that it's unlikely that you get the stuff that is very rare, but you theoretically can. And it's a cool way to give newer players the stuff from old content, because the old content, maybe, you know, people don't run it anymore. You can, however, still choose to go do the content specifically so that you get whatever you really want to have. But it's just a nice additional way of being able to receive those things, maybe through a little bit of luck, you know. And I don't know, I thought it was a really, really nice idea. So I wish they maybe had taken an idea like that and implemented it for the airships. So maybe you could send the airships to one new area that would be introduced, and that specific area would allow you to get old, I don't know, whatever, some old stuff that just isn't really that sought after anymore, but still a way for newer players to get something out of it, right? Just wish they would have done that. We get more housing wards again. At this point, it's getting kind of ridiculous. I think we have way too many housing wards at this point. Mostly because small houses just, I think, are very easy to get at this point. Obviously, it's cool for people who want to have a house, but yeah, I personally don't like it. I know this is a thing they will never do, and there would be a huge backlash from the community, but I personally think the way housing should work is that you have to pay some sort of fee, right? Some sort of tax to keep your house, which would incentivize people to actually do something with them rather than, you know, decorating them once and then never going there again. Not saying that everybody does that, but I think, you know, if we had some sort of fee or some sort of thing that would, you know, require you to actually engage with your house a bit more, then I think we also wouldn't have the problem of, you know, people that aren't really actively playing anymore occupying all the housing spots. New furnishings, new stuff. These, as always, look very, very cool. Once I do upgrade my submarine, I'll be I'm gonna be redecorating my house and my garden and everything. I still need to properly decorate my FC house as well. Orchestral notes, as always. See, as I said, they're reclassifying some of these menus where there might possibly be, you know, hundreds of things in one menu, and they're trying to split that apart. So they're doing that with orchestrion worlds as well. They have done that in the past, but now they're splitting it up further. Again, very much appreciated for somebody like me who actually collects these things. I'm still missing a bunch. Some of the older ones are insanely expensive, and grinding them out isn't really fun. So, you know, I tend to try to buy a couple ones every now and again to slowly fill up my collection. New aquarium fish. This one... yeah. Just looking at the name, right? I don't know if it was Koji, but somebody came up with that. And I guess Yoshi P was, all right, we're doing this. So now we have a flower seed that is called Morning Glory. Sure, whatever suits your fancy, I guess. This is cool. Sort of a funny whale mount that's available in-game. Gonna be interesting to see how expensive this is. I don't think it's gonna be as expensive as the Cactuar mount. Might not be cheap either, though. But that's a cool thing, because they also added a new Leap of Faith gate. So I think I have like 250k MGP at this point, something like that. I haven't really engaged with the gold saucer at all, except for maybe doing the small Cacbot lottery thing. So this might give me a reason to go back there. Which does remind me... ooh, shit. Did I accidentally... those are just treasure maps. These were just other updates. Did I include everything that I wanted? Custom deliveries. That's the last thing that I wrote down. And these are all just sort of miscellaneous updates, right? So... yeah, let me just write this down. Check out new FC emblems. And then I think I'm also going to be new MGP mount. Need to look at that. Yeah, hopefully I'll be doing the new gate a bit to get enough MGP for the new mount. Island Sanctuary, a bunch of updates. Now, obviously, I already wrote down we got a new quest. There is one new vision. Do we know what that is? I don't think so. Maybe it's just a new plot for being able to put down the monument things. But yeah, it's a bunch of quality of life stuff. A lot of menus got changed. A lot of filtering options appeared. You can, you know, display stuff on your mini-map in a bit of a better way. And then there are new items available. Oh yeah, I should probably look at that too. I wonder what we'll be getting there. I wonder if they'll be introducing another mount already, or if it's just going to be maybe a new glamour outfit, or... that's going to be interesting to see what that might be. New animals. I don't think, at least it doesn't say in the patch notes, that they've increased the size of the pasture, so... not the biggest fan of that. But then they also introduced new gatherable materials and stuff, so... theoretically, if there are new animals that also drop new stuff, at some point they will have to increase the amount of animals you can have, but it's going to be interesting to see what they do with that. Then obviously the most important change of all, the collect all button. Yeah, definitely be checking out Island Sanctuary later on today, and hopefully it's going to be great. So we have this thing, apparently, that's new now. I still wish they would allow, or not allow, but they would actually introduce something to these things. As cool as they look, you kind of build them and that's it, right? There's nothing to do there. So I wish that they're not called landmarks, right? That's what they're called. I wish they would do stuff, right? Even if it would just be, I don't know, give you a token, or yeah, well, they could come up with something. I don't know. Looks nice, but whatever. And yeah, they introduced a billion different sorting options and all kinds of stuff for your agenda, which is cool. Bit too late, maybe. I think at this point, a lot of people, although this I really appreciate, that they're actually showing you the value change of a bunch of stuff. Get new hairstyles for Viera and Rothka. Very much appreciated as well. Duty support for the following duties. So now everything I think in Heavensward's main story has been added. So now they're going to be going for Stormblood. And after that, they'll actually have everything updated. Which, at that point, it's going to be interesting to see if they're going for the trials as well. Considering that the second trial in Endwalker was already you were already able to do that with trusts, which does make me think that eventually they're going to be adding those as well, which is probably a little bit of a different beast, since there are a lot of trials in A Realm Reborn in the main story. Not that many later on, most of those were optional, but yeah, they also need to come up with a reason for why people would help you, but then again, they could just add random NPCs, I don't know. This is cool. It's for the new Unreal stuff, and, you know, Unreal new items. These ones, I think I might be buying with silver certificates. I think I even have two still, so I might be able to at least get one of them. Be looking at those. Obviously, Unreal's changed. Haven't done the last one at all, so I need to get back into that somehow. We have a new emote. This emote has been in the game, you know, during cutscenes for a very long time, so it's kind of interesting that they're adding it now. This I very much appreciate. New poses while sitting down. Very, very cool. I think we're kind of lacking in that department. There are only really 3 poses, like a standard one that doesn't look that great, and then 2 others. So having a third option there, very cool. Same thing for the umbrella, which is something we'll be getting into later on as well, and something that I like with what they've added to umbrellas. Now, in terms of the battle system, we've gotten the, you know, changes to Paladin. I need to take a look at those once I'm in game and properly look through. I mean, I've read through this, but it's always, you know, when they throw all these names at you, if it's not your main job, it's sometimes a bit difficult to figure out what does what and what interacts with what. So I'm going to be looking at that in game, which is much easier to understand in terms of how all these different skills interact with one another. One thing that already tells me, right, the Divine Veil effect. I'm a huge fan of how Divine Veil worked. I thought it was a great and cool thing that it had a different activation to it compared to all the other tank mitigation stuff. And now they're just making it easier. I think this can be summed up, it's just, oh, Paladin's gonna be easier now, which, yeah, I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I think the game's going into a completely wrong direction with this. And we can just hope that they're gonna be you know, reintroducing some difficulty to rotations and jobs in 7.0, but at this point I've kind of lost hope. At least the content's still difficult, but yeah, this is not what I would like at all for this. Yeah, some other changes here as well. Nothing super interesting or, you know, worthwhile discussing. They're doing some stuff with Machinist, which I think is nice. Finally, they changed Hypercharge so that at least now it seems it's not going to be too ping dependent anymore. which is always a bit of a weird thing. I mean, it's still going to be ping dependent, don't get me wrong. You're still going to be clipping with bad ping, but at least the way it works now, I think, is just more in line with everything else at this point. Dancer quality of life stuff, curing walls can now be executed while dancing. That's fine, I think. Technically, that also makes it easier, but that's a change, I think, that is very much okay. So yeah, overall, nothing too important. A couple of interesting tidbits here and there with Riddle of Earth of Monk, for example. But yeah, nothing too interesting. And then for some reason, I think we now get a separate button for clicking off tank stands, which is nice, I guess. If it's actually going to be a different button, I don't know, maybe it just changes to this one if your tank stands on. Because a different button adds to hotbar, you know, to the hotbar. Not that I mind. I'm always for having more skills on your hotbar. I like that. But a lot of people don't, so yeah. It's a bunch of stuff I'll be looking in-game in more detail, I guess. And then we get to other quality of life things that I've already talked about when we looked at the life letter. This is really cool. Finally, this is in-game. Don't know why it took so long with the damage options. And then obviously the big one, timers on the party list. You know, I'm going to be writing this down. In theory, this should be activated by default. At least it says so. But yeah, I need to take a look at that. What I find very interesting is their comment here. So apparently this does introduce a bit more stress on your system. I think it could maybe increase CPU load by a bit. I don't think anybody really has an issue with it. They're probably just putting it there to, you know, make people aware that if you do have issues, if you're playing on a very old system, there might be problems. Considering that I am playing on console, you know, performance so far on the PS5 has been absolutely incredible ever since they did the update in 6.1, I think it was. With dynamic resolution and stuff, they really upped their game with the performance of the PS5 version. It's really good now. So yeah, I guess it remains to be seen. I don't think, like, performance is mostly an issue on console whenever there's a large number of people on screen, you know, in cities, or if you're doing, what's it called, like hunt trains, the big fates, right, the endgame fates, things like that. So in an instance, I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue. Maybe only whenever there are effects on screen. So for example, what's it called, Ifrit's Hellfire, right? The fire puddles on the ground. For some reason, that is still always a performance drop. I don't know if it just drops slightly more whenever this is active, but yeah. Also, still think that somehow they're going to be utilizing this in the new Ultimate. Maybe almost as a little bit of a gotcha, right? The community wanted this. A lot of people were using third-party tools for it. Now they introduced it to the game proper, so they probably said, hey, now that we have this, you wanted this, so you have to deal with this stuff now in the new Ultimate. That would be, you know, in line with what they've done in the past, and I'm all for it. Need to check one quick message here. All right. Oh yeah, this I thought was interesting. So, was it 6.2 when we got this? This was another one of those changes that they changed because people were using third-party tools for it. And honestly, ever since they changed it, I kind of can't believe that they never thought about this. Increasing the recast timer size, right? Because it was insanely small previously. I never really had a problem with this because it also indicates your recast in terms of this, you know, grayed out circle thing that's moving around like a clock on the skill. So you still had an additional visual indicator for when the skill was coming off cooldown again. But yeah, this change was really, really cool. I guess there are just some actions that have a very, very white background where you might not be able to see these. So yeah, I've never really encountered that issue. But then again, I don't play every job constantly, right? So especially not in Savage or Ultimate. New dungeon, new trials hidden. It's gonna be interesting. I'm very much looking forward to the story. I feel like the setup this time around hasn't been as sort of hype as it was for other 0.3 patches in the past. But I feel like they're gonna be throwing a curveball here and doing some insane stuff in the story. So we'll see what this is going to be, right? New Unreal, as I said. Hopefully I'll be diving into this a bit more this time around again. Increased drop rates for the... Oh no, this is just a totem, never mind. I also need to farm these. I've not gotten a single mount from Endwalker so far, but I just couldn't really be bothered with that. Weekly restriction removed from normal rate, that's cool. Your usual stuff here, right? This is cool. Reaper and Sage weapons are now in 0.12 Savage, which means those weapons are the ones that are going to be used for as a model for the new Ultimate. I wonder what they'll look like. Would be cool if they had this black and white effect going on that's present in the fight. Yeah. As soon as we are going to be able to see these weapons, I'm going to be very, very sad that I most likely won't be doing this on release, but I'll do it eventually, and then I'm going to be happy that I have them. There we go. New Alliance rate. Already talked about this. Very much looking forward to be doing this in 1 or 2 hours, depending. And then, yeah, a bunch of stuff. These adjustments to deep dungeons are interesting. I mean, we're going to be getting a new one in 6.35, so I guess they just updated some miscellaneous stuff here and there. Again, very much appreciated. And we can get things now. We can upgrade our gear with the new coins from the new Alliance raid. Also very much appreciated. This is all just the usual shifting around of content into different menus and stuff that they always do. New dungeons going to be added to Expert Roulette as always. Just need to make sure that I'm not overlooking anything too important here. But yeah, I think this is just the usual stuff. This I also found interesting. So they're still adjusting some bosses now that they went through these dungeons to introduce the trust system to them. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of these either. I get it, right? And it's cool, especially with this as well, that they are now updating old sort of indicators and stuff in a bunch of battles and dungeons and trials and whatnot to bring them more in line with the current standard indicators that we have now. It's appreciated. It just always comes with a grain of salt. I definitely really liked the original idea, for example, of the Yeti battle in Snowcloak, I think, right? Where you have to grow the snowballs in size and then you can hit the boss with them. Nobody had any idea of how to do that properly, and it was very difficult to communicate that in, you know, in a roulette. So the fight always took ages whenever you had new people going in with you. So I get why they're changing it. And overall, for again, quality of life. Whenever you do get it in a roulette, it's very much appreciated. But it's just kind of sad. The original idea of some of these boss battles, you know, those were really, really cool and kind of unique to the game. So it's, yeah, sad to see them go. I get it, but I just wish that they, I don't know, lived on in some form. Maybe they're going to be using those. It would be very, very cool if they would be using those for, I don't know, some new dungeon at some point. Or maybe for a variant dungeon as a mechanic. It would be very funny. Okay, some PvP adjustments, don't really care that much about it. Again, bunch of miscellaneous updates here. We get the new series. Oh boy, that was something. So yesterday morning, I started out with being Serious Rank 16, and I still wanted to get the fucking mount from Series 2. I grinded PvP the entire day yesterday. I started around 11 o'clock in the morning, I think, 11 a.m., and finished at about 11 p.m. Well, I did have, you know, lunch in between, and, you know, I wasn't constantly doing it. I did take, you know, like 2 bigger breaks, but still, that was... I mean, it was more fun than I thought. And at least at the end, I did get the mount, but PvP still, I think, just doesn't give out enough rewards. The problem is you get a whole lot of wolf marks, you get a whole lot of those trophy crystals, and there's just nothing to buy with those, right? I think it's just... it's very unfortunate. I wish that they would just introduce something else. Just give me something, right? I don't even care what it is. Just something that you can buy with those to make it more worthwhile to rank up. Because the problem now is that whenever there is a PvP series, you know, you'll be starting out and then it will take you a couple of hours to get to the one level that actually gives something substantial as a reward, right? And then it's going to take you another couple of hours to get the next thing. And in between, you just get trophy crystals you can do absolutely nothing with. And I don't know, it's just a bit demotivating, I think. And I wish that they would just... It doesn't need to be much, but give me something. At least we're getting a new arena, and one thing that it has a bunch of really cool interactions going on. One thing that I was wondering about is how they were going to be doing the rotation here, because it only ever really changes every 90 minutes. Maybe they're going to be changing that in the future, but for now, well, we're only going to be getting 2 maps every... What is it? Like, how long is this going to take? So the volcanic heart, for example, I like a lot, right? So this is 90 minutes, 3 hours, 6 hours, and then another 90 minutes. So 7.5 hours until the map pops up again. That's a very long time. So I think if they're going to be introducing another map in the future, make this 60 minutes and... I don't know, maybe make the rotation random or something. It's a bit weird. It's a bit weird. I hope they're not just going to be removing maps at some point. That would be a bummer. I don't know. Again, a couple of miscellaneous updates here and there. Nothing too important, I think. New season. Then we get a bunch of new items. Obviously, a bunch of new recipes. These are, nothing too special. This, honestly, it looks a bit too much like stuff we already have. Some stuff got, you know, gender, ungender locked, not gender locked anymore. What do you call that? Again, some other miscellaneous updates, some more filter options. As I said, this is a very big theme. This time around, there are a billion different filter options all over the place now. And then the usual stuff. Just look at this. So this is the new, I think, custom deliveries agent. I wonder what those quests are going to be. Oh yeah, one really, really big change that I like, that I very much am all for, is this one. And I don't know why it took them so long to implement this. So there is a bonus that you can get every week, right? But it's, I think, at least, it's completely random whether or not it appears and who it appears on, right? So you can get a lot more scripts if you do the custom deliveries for the NPC that has the weekly bonus. Problem being that every now and again, sort of every 6-7 weeks or something, there's only one or maybe no NPC with a bonus, which always feels very weird and feels like it kind of been cheated out of a couple of scripts. So now they've made it so that if you have every custom delivery agent at maximum satisfaction, at that point, you're always guaranteed 2 bonus people per week, which makes sense, right? Which just means at the end of the day, you can have a guaranteed amount of scripts from these every week, which, yeah, it's really not a big change at all, but it's just one of those little things where you're just going, why hasn't this always been a thing, right? So very cool. Again, some other filtering stuff, things that have changed, which is cool. Bunch of new gathering points as always. Some UI changes. This one I very, very much like. I think it's finally time for me to get into fishing properly. I always liked fishing, but I've never really started collecting all the different fish that you can get in game. But now with the changes they've done, specifically with finally being able to see what at least the normal fishes want in terms of bait and not constantly having to refer to third-party websites to do this, I think, yeah, for me, it's finally time to get into fishing. New mounts, as always, right? New minions, bunch of cool stuff, new fashion accessories. One very cool thing, umbrellas can now auto appear whenever it's raining. So I'm gonna be what's the word? Gonna be doing that. So set, let me write that down. Set auto umbrella function. There we go. I'm probably missing the server start here. Going over these. Let me just, this is going to change the background music, but I feel like we're close enough to this, so yeah, just keep with me here. I just like that. I think it's really, really cool. I wish they would, I mean, they have expanded the whole fashion accessory thing quite a bit. Oh, the servers are already live. Well, there we go. Let me just very quickly log in so that I can do the queue while we're still looking at these patch notes. There we go. Yeah, they have slowly expanded these, so now we have wings as well, right? Like angel wings and Titania's wings. And we also have a couple of glasses, right? I think there's like one normal glasses and shades. So some interesting stuff. Ah, no shit, my background music's still turned off, I think. Oopsie. Probably should have changed that setting before logging out yesterday. Anyways, what kind of position? Oh. Well, doesn't look like there's much of a player queue at all for some reason. Anyways, yeah, in terms of the fashion accessories, I just think that the umbrellas have this really, really cool function that now we can actually do something with, which is that they're, well, a proper umbrella, right? And whenever it's raining, it keeps you dry. Thing just being, there isn't really an equivalent to that with other fashion accessories. So what I'm thinking of, right, if you think about the shades, for example, wouldn't it be funny if you could pull those out whenever, let me turn on the background music. There we go. I'm currently in an inn in Gridania, so that's why you're hearing this music. Yeah, it would be funny to be able to set the shades to always appear whenever it's sunny outside, right? Stuff like that. I know that that would be very, very niche and probably somewhat difficult to implement, but I still think, as cool as the fashion accessory function is, they just haven't done enough with those beyond the umbrellas, really. Then we get some other miscellaneous system adjustments, some retainer changes. I like that you can now cast Glamour without having to unequip the gear from your retainers. That's very much appreciated. And achievement entitles, a lot of the usual stuff. Let's see. We changed some of the instance things around. New dungeons added to Explorer mode, so that's pretty cool. Some group post changes, which is also appreciated. Some changes to portraits, and then obviously the big one now, portraits are gonna be displayed whenever you enter a duty, which is really awesome, I think. I'm gonna be playing around with the portraits here as well, just to make sure that, you know, they're actually gonna be displayed whenever I do enter a duty, right? Because, well, I was gonna say I want to show off. That's not really what this is. It's just more, I think it humanizes the people you're playing with a bit more, right? It shows you what they care about, who they are, at least to a very, you know, small amount, as much as you can do with anonymous people you're going to be grouped up with. But I very, very much appreciate the idea, and I think it's really cool that we have this setting now. But yes, you will have to make sure that they are actually showing up correctly, which the whole portrait menu is a bit of a weird thing, but at least, which is really cool, is that you can now, you know, swap portraits over. So if you've done one for your adventurer plate, you can switch that over to the portrait and vice versa, which I'm also going to be doing. And then this can also appear in the commendation menu, which I don't know if you have to turn that on or if it's on by default. So we'll have to take a look at that as well. New theme, that's the big one. Going to be looking at that in game here in a couple minutes. Number of waymark slots as well. Finally. That has taken way too long for them to implement. That you have more waymark slots. Now they're actually usable again. And then anything else? Yeah, some stuff like that is great, right? Being able to reorganize your crossword link shells. I don't know why that was never a thing, but at least it's finally here. Automatic camera pivot can now be disabled. I don't think I'm going to be doing that, so I won't be writing that down. This I'm not too sure about. Disable the right-click targeting of certain types. Not really right-click targeting anything for the most part. Yeah, so they've been added to the settings. These are the important ones for me. this one as well. Text commands. I think that's mostly it. Auto translation dictionary, MP5 autocomplete, new trophies. This I found very fascinating. I don't know. Did people think that the moon... I don't even know if it's the moon, but maybe people thought that that took too long until you can actually click on starting the game. I don't know. And then a bunch of fixes, apparently. Let's just quickly look at the known issues. Issue wherein changes are not reflected when using the glamour button in the trust window. Okay. Undertaking leap of faith. Certain graphics are incorrect. Okay. Accessing an object or NPC while the desynthesis window is open will cause the item selected for desynthesis to become unresponsive and appear grayed out. What a very weird specific issue. All right. Executing physical attacks while the lost action Lost Spellforge is active. Wherein attack classification is incorrectly displayed in flying text. All right, that's probably due to the new, to the changes of, you know, damage type now being shown. I guess they missed two things there. Anyways, those were the patch notes. Let's actually properly get into the game. So I'm going to be switching my monitor over here. And then we're finally going to be playing. There we go. There we are. But I'm also going to be taking a very, very short break because I need to go to the toilet. And when I'm back, we're going to be jumping into patch 6.3, into the new options we have, and into the new Alliance Raid story. It's going to be great. I'm very much looking forward to it. I'm going to be back in 1 or 2 minutes. Alrighty, there we go. Now we can finally dive into this. Oh man, I'm excited. Great. I did exchange my totems yesterday for the Dragon Song Reprise Ultimate weapons. I think I still have to go over those. These two I can't equip. Oh, this one I can't equip either because those are the 3 jobs I still haven't leveled. Dancer, Reaper, and Sage. We'll have to get back to that now. The other ones, I just need to take a look at whether or not I'll just put them in the glamour dresser to glamour them over what I'm wearing, or if they're actually better than whatever weapon those jobs currently have. So I'm going to be doing that in a second here. Just look at the retainers first. Very quickly go through this stuff. And sell these. Man, some of the fishing venture items and what are they called? Minions and whatever you can get from those ventures. They're quite rare. It took me a while to get the fat cat minion. Don't have a huge issue with it. It does mean that the minions are, you know, somewhat expensive, so you can technically make money from those, but it's just sad that there's nothing else you can get there, right? It's just, oh, sure, you have the one minion, and everything else is just fish nobody wants. Bit unfortunate, but whatever. All right. Let's see here. So these are all quests. This is all that I've written down. Okay, first of all, let's go into the options and This is the waymarks menu. Oh, so this is how they're doing that. Interesting. Because I was asking myself how they were going to implement this. So now you have your 5 slots, and then you can just cycle through here at the bottom. I mean, it's functional. I guess it's fine. Certainly not the best implementation that they could have done here. Honestly, 30 isn't that much, right? I feel like it would have made more sense to just expand this window and display all the waymarks at once. Well, then again, at least in terms of controller usage, this would be hella annoying, I think, if you would be using mouse and keyboard. As a controller user, I think this is fine. Because, you know, scrolling through all of them wouldn't be that much better. But as a mouse and keyboard user, yeah, I would definitely like the option to display all of them at once. Or actually make them scrollable, something like that. Which is quite interesting. The game doesn't use scroll menus at all, I think. Which, well, yeah, it's probably mostly due to the fact that they are very, you know, intent on controller support as well, but yeah, not the best menu ever, but it's fine. Then, let's change the theme. I was debating this with myself, by the way. I very much like the dark theme. I think it's pretty cool. It's how I've always played the game. It's how I got to know it. I think it's time for a new one, though. And the clear blue, especially since it's, you know, this is what they're going to be using, I think, for the new Final Fantasy XVI. It's kind of the theme from the Final Fantasy VII Remake, right? So it's, I guess you could call it the new Final Fantasy theme. Let's look at this. Wait, what? You must log in again for changes to take effect? Seriously? Oh boy. Do I want to risk that? Ah, sure. Maybe the queue is longer now. I don't think it necessarily will be. If it is. Nope, it's not. That's weird. Why is the queue so short? Did they, like, massively upgrade login server something or other? I don't think I've ever had this. But maybe it's just, I mean, well, okay. So it's not a Savage release patch, right? So I guess people aren't super, like, there's no specific reason to be logging in, you know, right away when the servers come up. I guess people are just taking it a bit more casually this time around. But still, I mean, I would have expected at least like a 200 player queue or something. Oh, there we go. I must say I'm a fan. I think I like this. It's just something different. The one thing... Yeah. The problem is, right, it just changes the windows. It changes absolutely nothing else. And that's a bit of a problem. I think these kind of things, right, maybe you can see that here too. As cool as this looks, I think all the other sort of symbols, right, the red ones here, for example, they just don't really fit with this theme at all. So it... in certain ways, it looks a bit half-assed, sadly. I think it's fine. Like, it's not a big deal. One thing that I would like to do... default UI size. Apply changes to all UI components. Do I want to do this? It's going to change my HUD layout, isn't it? Yeah, I think I'm just going to do that individually for every window that I open. I want to reset all the windows to 100% resolution. I know they're going to be smaller because I'm playing in 4K, but I think it just looks a bit better when looking at them, and there's really no need for me. I've always kept them at 120% for the longest time, but I think I kind of want to switch that back. Yeah, this is 100%. Well, that's actually quite small. But with the new theme, yeah, I think I like this a bit better. Let's see, so the gray default background on materials just fits so well with the dark theme. And obviously I fully understand that they wouldn't be able to change every single icon in game. That would be crazy, right? Just because you changed your theme. It's just, oh man. It is somewhat unfortunate, right? I think it simply doesn't fully address the thing I think that they want to address, which is, you know, for the longest time now, people have been using third-party tools to, well, the main thing that I've seen is the, what's it called? Like simple theme? No, flat theme? I don't know. It's a theme that just makes most of the game look a bit more like what this theme kind of tries to do, which is a bit more modern, a bit more updated, right? But the thing that the mods do is that they change everything, right? At least as far as I know. Not everything. There are still some menus that don't get changed. It's just that with this setting specifically, as cool as the background looks, right? The menu background I think is pretty cool. I will definitely have to get used to looking at this with the same symbols and everything. And I think, you know, one specific window that they had open in the patch notes or in the life letter was this one, the duty finder, which again, let me resize this. And as you can see here, the theme that you select only applies to what was previously dark. So everything else on the right still looks the exact same. Which in this particular case, I think actually works. I mean, the white with the golden sort of surroundings fits the blue quite nicely. But yeah, same thing here, right? The duty symbols at the top, they're looking the exact same. And I think, I don't know. Same with the party list and everything, right? That's also what people like to change with mods, even though it's not allowed. So yeah, sadly, as cool as this theme is, it doesn't fully address the issue yet. And as I mentioned when I looked at the patch notes, these things take a long time for them to change. So they mentioned in the life letter that they'll be introducing more colors to this, which I like. But I think in terms of symbols getting changed, maybe that is something that they're looking at. Maybe that is something we're going to be getting at some point in the future, but I don't expect it to get here within the next 1.5 to 2 years, which is kind of sad, right? Thinking about it that way. Anyways, at least we have the theme, and I think, you know, as much as I do have to get used to it, I just want to have some change. And if, you know, 3 months down the line or something, I think, well, you know, this really doesn't look as good as I think it should, I can always just switch it back. But for now, I'm going to be keeping it this way. All right. Then, let's take a look at the menu. Would be character configuration, right? This looks like it's at 100%. So, we have, where would that be? I guess UI settings HUD. I know it's set in the patch notes where it is. Hide party list installed, though. Status effect maximum is still the same. Display remaining time of status effects. All right, so this is toggled on by default. That's good. And then where's the rest? I mean, technically this is just... I don't know, for some reason, even though I've not really even played that many other Final Fantasy titles, or none at all really, except for looking a bit at them for a couple of hours, somehow this just feels more Final Fantasy to me now. I don't know why, but it's pretty cool. Yeah, I think it's slowly converting me over to actually liking this. Okay, so this is lock window. Where the hell would they have put the... what am I even looking for? Okay, timeless and party list I did. Auto umbrella? Portraits. Right, the display portrait stuff. Where exactly would that be? Oh, you know what? Oopsie. One thing that I did forget. There we go. I forgot to switch my browser back to my other monitor. Instant portraits. General tab? Oh, it's... Wait. Control settings. Here? No, it's in UI settings. But in the general tab. Display party list. So all the new stuff is here, I guess. Oh no, I'm in the party list tab. I'm an idiot. So this is all old stuff. We got instant portraits. Show party member portraits at the start of duty. Display party member portraits notification. I don't know what the notification is. I guess we'll be seeing that later on once I enter some content. Display portraits in the player commendation window. All right, so everything is turned on by default. I do like that. Right. So that's the portraits in the commendation menu. And now where the heck is the auto umbrella function? That was in the accessories menu, I think, right? All right, I got these recently, or rather I just bought them. Oh, we actually have two different types of glasses. Fashion accessories, subcommands. Ah, okay, so you select that on the umbrella specifically. Interesting. Well, which one am I going to be using? Not necessarily one, as much as I do like the sort of Asian style ones, I think, well, they just don't really fit my kind of character, I guess. These look a bit too cutesy for me, and these look a bit too boring. So I think I'm just gonna be going with the classic black one. Enable auto umbrella. Oh, it displays a tiny symbol on it now. Cool. Probably going to be really surprised once I run around somewhere where it rains and then suddenly an umbrella is going to appear, but yeah. All right, so those are all the options, I guess. Now, one thing that remains here in Gridania is the FC emblem, but before I do that, I need to take this stuff out of my inventory. So I've already bought, since I was too lazy to do reclears for the last couple of weeks. Ever since we started Ultimate, I couldn't be bothered with reclears anymore. I think I'm gonna be going back to those eventually. Oh, do I want to resize this as well? Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, I think it's slowly converting me over to the new theme. Looks pretty cool. Honestly, at 120%. Nah, no. I wanna go to 100%. Yeah, I was too lazy to acquire the new body piece. I did, however, buy the one from... It's technically not best in slot for me, but at least it's higher item level, right? So with the coin that I'll be getting from the Alliance raid later on, I'm going to be updating that particular body piece to 630 to at least have you know, maximum item level on my main. And then I'm, you know, I'll be getting back into reclays eventually, hopefully, I'm sure, maybe. But for now, that's what I'll be doing. Oh, this is, yeah. Does this stay at 100%? Yeah, it does. All right, cool. Yeah, so gear is fine. Which ones are these? Let's just start with White Mage. There we go. Current weapon is 580. Let's put that into the armory chest. Equip. Funnily enough, this is going to be glammed over by the glam that I have currently on the glamour plate, but anyways. And then I have to... The 580 weapon, where the hell was that from even? This one. Cane of Divine Light. I think that's... what's her name? Heidelin, right? From the trial? Wait, is it? 580? Should be, right? Anyways, let's put that back into my inventory. Oh yeah, this is 100% as well. Yeah, honestly, it's difficult to decide if I want to keep these at 100%. I might switch that back at some point. I don't know, it's weird, right? They kind of look very good at 120% as well. Or do you think I should just go to... What's the in-between? I think you can do 110. Whatever. 100% for now. Yeah, I don't know if I want to keep that thing. Probably not, right? I mean, at some point during 7.0, I guess they're going to be releasing this as a crafted weapon anyways. Yeah. All right, next one. Samurai. Also Heidelin weapon. Interesting. Boom. Nice. Actually fits really well with the outfit that I have. Might be switching it over to this one for a while. I very much enjoy the T weapon as well on some Samurai, but this one just looks... I don't know, it almost looks a bit too overdone. Like this just looks ridiculously large. But yeah, it also kind of has the, you know, it looks appropriate for what an ultimate weapon should be, I guess. Next one, Astrologian. No idea. But yeah, in terms of this menu, I think I like the 100% menus better. So, and I want to have them all at the same percentage, I think. Except for one specific one, which is the try-on menu, right? This one. I'm going to be keeping this one at 200%. Which I wish you could rescale this so that it, you know, you could only change the middle window that shows you the preview, right? Rather than having to scale up everything of it. But, oh well. It's another one of those examples where you can see that the theme is just, you know, because the gray background and even the gray border around the window is very clearly still designed for the standard theme. Really does make me wonder if they're going to change that around eventually. I hope they will. That would be really, really cool if they would introduce something that would fit with this theme in particular. Anyways, what is this one? Oh, it's the old relic. Okay. Oh boy. Yeah, that might be an issue. Where the hell do I put that now? Was this one, right? Because there's also already a billion different old relics in my inventory that I at some point still wanted to work on. I guess I can get rid of this, and this I'm gonna get rid of later on anyways, and this maybe can be moved somewhere else. Oh boy. Next one, Scholar. By the way, still a huge fan of my Scholar glam. I think it looks really, really good. I need to play more Scholar in the future. Alright, weapon. Oh, Blue Feather. Wait, which one's this? Is that from the Barbaricia trial? Would that be 595? When did that come out? 6.2, right? So 6.2 introduced the... No, wait, that doesn't fit. I think the Barbaricia weapons would be higher in item level, right? She gets the 615 ones, pretty sure. Wait, Blue Feather? Is that from Endsinger? It must be, right? Why are they called Blue Feather weapons? Never really thought about that. Weird. So it's only a small upgrade, but an upgrade nonetheless. Blue Feather. But if it is a trial one, I guess it can de-synth this as well. Next one, Dark Knight. Oh boy, this looks very cool, I think. Another Blue Feather one. So I'm a big fan of the Dark Knight T weapon. Especially when it's drawn. The issue that I have with it is the texture, I think, isn't really that great, and the overall form isn't the best one ever. It just, you know, it's an ultimate weapon. Kind of looks really cool. Oops. It's an armory chest. So yeah, at some point in the future I'll have to move these over, but yeah, I honestly think this is going to be my new standard Dark Knight weapon. This looks so awesome. And honestly, in terms of the color, I think the Dragon Song weapons actually fit Dark Knight the best, right? This sort of bloody, dark red with the bright red. And especially the ruby-like crystal thing in the hilt. And it just looks like a proper sword compared to the other one. So eventually I'm going to be glamoring this over. As soon as I get a Dark Knight weapon that is better than this one, which means that I'll be able to put the ultimate weapon in the glamour dresser to actually use it for glamour. Where's the old one? Dark Knight, Dark Knight, Dark Knight, Dark Knight. I think I'm blind. Where's the old one? There we go. Blue Feather. Next one. Warrior. Oh, right. The fucking... the, P8S weapon dropped for me. I guess we're going to be putting the Warrior one into my glamour dresser then. Ultimate Axe of the Heavens. There we go. Oh yeah, this should probably be 80, 90, 100. Yeah, there we go. And this as well. It's interesting. As you can see, this menu doesn't change at all, right? This one doesn't change either. I don't really mind that. It's just weird. All right, Paladin. All right, Paladin gets the shield as well. Wait, what does Paladin have currently? Paladin has the ones from P4S. So the ultimate one wouldn't really be an upgrade except for the one materia slot. Yeah, I think I'm going to be putting these into the glamour dresser as well. Because for that one materia slot on a job that I don't use in endgame content, I think it, you know, just makes more sense to have that in here. Shield. Yes. There we go. And last one, Machinist. Pistol of Divine Light. There's going to be a bunch of resizing menus for a while, I think. Oh boy, this actually looks really great. I never play Machinist, unfortunately, but wow. I like that. All right. Where the heck is the... Wait, did I not change? Oh. Yes. Yes. I think I forgot to equip that. Or rather to save that. Just confused there for a second. Right, yeah, this is saved. That's good. And I need to move the last Machinist one out of the armory, if I can find it. Wait, why is this here? What? Why didn't I put the Red Mage one in here? Where are the Red Mage weapons? Huh. I guess I kept it in my armory for some reason. But yeah, my Red Mage has a 620 weapon, so this can also go into the Glamour Dresser. And there's the old thing. Alrighty. Hey, that actually means that I can put this into my armory for now. So that it doesn't float around in my inventory that much. Rapier of the Heavens. Where is that thing? There we go. Which also means... Wait, if I edit the glamour plates... Where's my Red Mage? There he is. Let's glamour that over. I guess I must have glamoured that manually for some reason. Sure. Oh boy. All the different save menus I'll also have to change. Well, whatever. There we go. Anything still missing here? Hopefully all of them are also correctly registered. Labyrinth of Divine Light. Why did I keep that one? I think they should be. Just trying to figure out what I can potentially... Yeah, this one I'm definitely going to be keeping. Was this one? Augment. Oh, that's the 6... Wait. Oh, the 630 Summoner book. Yeah. Windswept. It's almost... it's always a bit of a shame when you have these. You kind of want to keep them for glamour for later on, but also they're just sort of taking away a slot in your inventory. The augmented weapons are a bit of a weird one in that regard, most of the time. But yeah, I think it looks good. I think everything's registered. No item set that it's still missing its stuff, right? Just to double check. This one isn't leveled yet. This one has its stuff correctly set. Dragon Ninja isn't leveled yet. This is set correctly. This is set correctly. This is set correctly. This one is now. He has the other weapon anyways. That one's in the Glamour Dresser. This is set correctly. This is set correctly. Glamour Dresser and whatnot. Yeah, there we go. That's me. Where the hell is my... Oh, right. That's also still my inventory because I had the BIS required this one. Now that I'm not doing DSR anymore, I guess I could swap this over, but I want to keep my current glam anyways with the T-book. I think it just fits the outfit a bit better. So that's fine. Right, so now we have the ultimate weapons. Don't let me actually... Oh, you can't desynthesize the ultimate ones. That probably makes sense so that people aren't doing that accidentally. These ones I can, however, so let's do that. Is there materia on anyone? No. Perfect. There we go. Yeah. Doesn't look like I'll actually be getting anything interesting out of these, huh? Because you can get lucky, obviously, and grab the... What are they called? The mats, the materials from the different trials from these. Yep. No luck this time. Alright, there we go. I'd kind of like to put these three somewhere else, but whatever. Oh boy. Just realized the sheer amount of menus in this game, right, that you have to resize if you're not doing it via the resize everything option. I really don't want to do that because I feel like it's going to fuck up something and I won't realize until it's too late that it fucked it up. So yeah, not going to do that. Anyways, now that that's done, oh boy, voyage is completed. None, that's fine. I feel like I also won't realize that some menus are still not resized properly. Probably going to take me a long time. Oh! Huh. Is it going to be unequipped automatically as well? Oh, it is. Just takes a bit. Okay, and now it can... What are these? I didn't even realize that these were specific functions on the umbrella. I thought there were actual emotes. Dancing in the rain. Oh, that's actually really long. Holy hell. Okay, I did not realize that it would swap over my menu entirely. Don't know how I feel about that. So they're kind of treating it like... Well, it is somewhat set up as a mount, right? That's how they said originally, how they introduced these fashion accessories. They're basically coded as being a mount, just that they're usable within cities, right? So they have a couple of different flags on them, obviously, but... yeah, this is pretty much how a mount with a... special function works. Ooh, sexy. That's great. Okay, I like that. I think, yeah, it's kind of fine that it automatically changes over the hotbar. It's probably just something that you have to get used to. Alright, I still have 11 of these left. No idea what I'm supposed to do with them, but maybe there's something that I could buy. You think it's going to be worth it to sell these? I mean, I already have the writing maps. I thought that maybe I would be able to buy something for my, like a housing item or something. Eh. The cards I cannot sell. These probably aren't really worth anything. Oh. Oh, these are market prohibited. Well, never mind then. I guess I don't have anything that I can buy with them. Alright. Well, fair enough. That means I can just do this. Whoop. There it goes. Do I want to get rid of these as well? Blade of Asphodelos. That's 600 weapons that I can buy with those. Okay, so the reason why I'm never going to use these is because the tomestones that I would have to spend in order to be able to buy these weapons are the same ones that are currently used for the first step of the relic weapon. So let's get rid of them. This I can move up here. And this one I need to do something later on with anyways. Which means that I can put these three down here. So they won't be annoying me up here. The funny thing is, I can kind of get rid of these two. I mean, I won't get rid of this one, but I could put it somewhere. But I just want to level both of them first before I do that, I think. All right. Big fan of the umbrella, by the way. I hope a lot of people are going to be turning that feature on. I think, sadly, most people won't. But yeah, I think it's just a neat idea. It's a really, really neat idea. All right, let me take a look at this one. So this is my current FC symbol on the left, top left there. Let me see, that guy. I didn't realize that it would also be put away whenever you enter buildings. That's actually really cool. Edit company crest design. Now, question being, which ones are actually new? I guess these ones? That's kind of cute. These ones are old, right? So the new ones are probably, I think, these three, and then these 12 here, I think. I don't know. I do like this one, this one, this one, and this one. Maybe these two as well. I mean, you could, yeah, you could kind of treat them like a company logo or something. Like an actual real-world company, right? They're not too bad. Not exactly what I'm looking for, but I guess it's cool that they exist now. Right. Okay, I'm just too interested. Let me very quickly teleport to the gold saucer. I just want to know. I want to know how much the new mount costs. Second. There we go. Special update. A new stage has been added to the Gold Saucer active time event Leap of Faith. To coincide with this addition, the gate schedule has been updated. Speak with the Gold Saucer attendant at Entrance Square for details. I honestly forgot that they made these announcements for updates to the gates. Was that always a thing? I feel like that wasn't always a thing. Yes. Alright, I don't even have over 200k. Oh, well, there we go. Aw, seriously? Ew. Unlucky. Holy shit. The setup to these is great. Let's go this way. Okay. I wish they would add something in brackets here. I feel like that's kind of needed, just with the sheer amount of stuff that you can get here now. Why doesn't this say, like, in brackets, orchestrion / something else? Okay, there are definitely people already getting the mount. This is the mount. Oh, boy. What did I say earlier? It's probably not gonna cost more than the, Holy... It's also called blackjack? That's interesting. A thin rectangular piece of what appears to be cermet? Placing it near the blackjack will magically bring the vessel to life. Friend of mine was asking about what the hell is the auto umbrella function. Okay, well, I guess this is gonna take me a while to get. I maybe should have prepped for this a little bit. Well, okay, to be entirely fair, right? It's been a long time since they introduced an expensive MGP mount. So, you know, it's not like I'm going to be working on this and then as soon as I get it, you know, there's a billion other different things that I can get. So I can just work on this. Eventually I'll get it and then it's going to be fine, but... Well, at least it just gives me a reason to go back to the gold saucer, which I very much like. Cool. There we go. Fuck. Let me just write that down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 zeros. Alright. Perfect. Which means I think we're finally ready to start the fucking quest. Heh. Oh boy. Let's go to Mordona first. I'm always so excited, right? Whenever a new patch drops, there is so much to look at. Somebody wrote in chat, 4 million? Question mark. Yeah, a lot of people probably have that, to be honest, right? If you like the gold saucer, a lot of people, I'd imagine, will have probably had that much saved up. Well, I'm saying a lot of people, you know, a couple of people. There are definitely people that saved that specifically for the new mount, or had that to begin with, right? People who've been playing for a long time, who very much enjoyed, like, the gold saucer. I think... Oh, as you saw, there was also the golden ape flying by me. So same thing there. A lot of people who have a bunch of money are going to be able to buy those things really quickly. I don't know where we get the new very expensive mounts from. So the last ones they did, they put in Yulmore. So by that logic, now they would be in Ratzatan. Okay, there we go. That's the new one. See? There's gonna be a lot of dedicated people that have both the new guild mounts and the new MGP mount, but let me just take a look at that. I just want to know if the two new guild mounts are going to be 25 million and 50 million, which is what they did in Shadowbringers, or if they're going to be 50 and 100 million or something like that. Because they might be. Yeah, biggest question is where the heck would they be? You know, the only thing with the automatic umbrella function, I think, is that... it would be cool to have like a small sound effect play whenever it does get equipped, because sometimes I miss it, right? In this particular instance, especially putting it away again, something about that is just... it's a bit weird. It happens so passively that... it almost feels a bit too automatic for my taste. I think that, you know, maybe actually putting in some sort of... Who the hell are you? Oh, you're the, I get it. It's the exchange for the crafted stuff. What is this? Oh, okay. That's what you need, and then you can... Yeah, I get it. Okay. That's the crafted stuff. Hello. Nice looking bunny. Well, it's not here. I haven't even gotten this one yet. Pinky? Who the hell's Pinky? I haven't really looked at this in a while. Where do you even get this from? Huh. Huh. I have no idea what these even are. Well, I guess it just means that I still have a lot to do in Endwalker. Seriously though. So in Shadowbringers, I think they introduced an entirely new person. Oh, right. But the normal vendor wasn't selling it, so... Ah, well, whatever. I'm gonna be looking at the... no, I'm too interested in it. Let me just Google it real quick. 6.3 guild mounts. You know what? Let's just quickly go to the 14 Reddit. It's gonna be easier. Why is this not in... What the hell? Okay, sorry about that. I just very quickly need to take a look at this. Where to unlock what summary? Oh, it's just the quests though. What the heck? Oh, oh! I didn't even realize. So the new mount from the Gold Saucer is actually a 4-seater mount. Cool. So that's the first one that's available in game. Very nice. And of course, there's big booby art of, you know, the new goddess from the new Alliance raid. Reddit never change. Okay, new minions mounts collectibles. There we go. Oh, wait. Right. Let me take a look at the PvP profile. What the hell are the new rewards? There is a new mount here as well. But this time it's on level 15. And then we get the new glamour at 25. Oh, and this is the Link Pearl emote. Nice. Huh. Interesting. Let's see. A couple of these aren't even out yet, I guess. Mama Automaton? Near crossover, 30,000 MGP. Oh, I could have taken a look at that as well. There is a new minion from the island. Okay. Oh, that's why I didn't recognize them. So 2 of the new mounts are actually from... Oh, so they're all from treasure dungeons. So the 3 ones that I just looked at with the 3 different materials at the trader here in Ratzathan, those are from treasure maps. I didn't realize. Okay. That actually makes a lot of sense. Island Alligator, 35,000 Seafarer's Cowries. Well, thankfully I have those at least saved up. Okay, so the 2 new mounts. Adelina in Mordona. Oh. Well, shit, I wouldn't have even had to come back here then. Where the hell is she? Bunch of new orchestring rolls, bunch of new triple tricards, new fashion, new hairstyle. Oh, and the new umbrella, the one that was displayed in the patch notes, is also from the island. Okay, really cool. Really, really cool. So... Wait, what's her name? Adelina or something. So the 2 new mounts are 50 million each. Which means that technically if I want to get all the guild mounts at this point, I would have to spend 125 million on them. Okay, since one of the guild mounts I already own. 150 million one. Interesting. Well, at least that gives me a reason to grind gil, doesn't it? Oh boy. Elena? Not you though, right? Token exchange. Uncanny knickknacks? No, this is just old stuff. I mean, it would have to be a normal trader of some sort. Those are just called independent merchant. Maybe it's the person next to Rowena all the way in the end. Here. Most likely, right? Yeah, okay. Luxury trader. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, this is also where you get this one. And I didn't... Ah, so that's where these come from. For 500 bicolor gemstone vouchers. Yeah, these two are insane. Absolutely insane to get. In terms of the bicolor gemstones, if you actually want to own this, either you have to just buy a billion of them, or you have to go crazy in terms of grinding fates. Well, one alternative that you can also do is, at least when you're online, whenever one of those event fates happens, do those, right? Because they give you, what is it, 84 or 72, something like that, bicolor gemstones. So at least that's a bit more than the normal fates, but holy shit, that takes like a billion years to get them. Purchase luxuries. All right, and then we have... Wait, there's 3? Oh. Oh, okay. So the 50 mil ones, for whatever reason, this one's available here as well. Wait, was this always available here? It might have been. So maybe only the 25 million one is actually available in Yulmore then. Huh. I could buy one of them. I could. It would deplete my entire guild savings at this point, but yeah. I'm gonna be going for them eventually. That is why I'm leveling my, you know, submarines and FC stuff currently. At some point I will have to get back into getting gil. I did it for a while. I mean, I had 112, I think, was the highest million, the highest I ever had. It can be fun. It can be fun sort of figuring out what kind of items are worth a bit, right? Where it makes sense to spend money and to sell things. Oh, wait. I'm so used to just going in here. The quest isn't even here. But, oh, by the way. Check out the new pose. This is the new one. Aw, it looks so casual. I like it. Oh, wait, we got even more. So this is new? This is an old one. This is old? And this is new. So we have this, sort of a relaxed but crossed arms pose. And then this bit of a... This probably looks very cute with female characters. It it just kind of looks like I'm drunk or something on my character. As if, you know, it reminds me of that scene in the main story at the beginning of Endwalker, where you travel to Ratzatan, or not Ratzatan, but Thavnia with Oriange and Thancred, and you're all kind of messed up and sick. Yeah, that's what that looks like. The other one I do like, though. The more relaxed one, this one. It looks kind of... Yeah, don't bother me. I'm cool. I like it. Pretty cool. Anyways, let's keep that pose for a while and look at our journal. And the completed quests. Okay, where the heck would these be? Emeralds, Bomber, Crystal Tower, Warring Tribe, Four Lords, Eden, sort of Myths of the Realm. That's what I was looking for. This is the first one, right? The Face of an Explorer. All right, so I'm going to be looking at sort of our quest history here before we dive into the new one and into the Alliance raid. I obviously still roughly know what was going on, but it's been a while, so it's always great to just read these back and take a look at what happened. Wait, which one is the... Why do these all... Wait, this is the first one, right? After receiving you with a smile, the fresh-faced student leaves to fetch Kryl. who was the fresh-faced student again? I think that was just the person giving us the quest, right? I guess a student of Baldesion. So Kryl and Grahatia are currently working on, well, not re-establishing, but getting the students of Baldesion back on track, right? Ever since the Isle of Vow disappeared, they've been in a bit of a limbo, and it kind of didn't really exist at all anymore. I mean, at least as far as we knew, Kryl and Graha were the only ones left of the original students of Baldesion in a way. Anyways, I think that's where the student was from. So he leaves to fetch Kryl, who's been wanting you and Grahatia to assist with a certain task. Though the details are sparse, the request comes from none other than Rambros of the Sons of St. Koinak, and you depart for Revenant's Toll to meet with him. I can't get over the fact, I'm probably going to rave about this, a lot, but it is so cool how they're bringing this back. Not only because Grahatia, obviously, that's where you first meet him, right? Because they're involved with the Crystal Tower quests, but also just because of how it all kind of loops back around to all the stuff that we've been doing in A Realm Reborn and in Mordona here, and there's just so much that is really, really great about this. Bringing it back here and making this the place where the quest starts was really, really cool. No sooner do you join Graha at your destination than Rambros arrives, and the two former comrades enjoy a brief but warm reunion. The conversation then turns to business, with Rambros informing you that an explorer recently appeared who claimed to have discovered the Phantom Realm, an enigmatic place that has long persisted in Eorzean legend. Wishing to see the realm with your own eyes, you and Grahatia go to find the explorer in question, one Derek, who should be somewhere near the banks of Silvertear Lake. Your search leads you to a peculiar baby Opo, whom you definitely did not assume to be the explorer. It turns out, however, that the creature is associated with the man, as it promptly clambers on his shoulder when he appears with Grahatia. Having been introduced, Derek offers to show you to the Phantom Realm's entrance, and you watch in awe as he takes one step and then another onto the shimmering water of Silvertear Lake. Keeping your amazement in check for a moment, you follow him across the lake and into the unknown. So, one of the mysteries of this questline so far obviously is, who the hell is this Derek guy, and how did he even discover the Phantom Realm? We don't know, right? He might be somebody sent in by the gods or by the 12 for some reason. Might be an entirely different person. Might be nefarious. Maybe he somehow... Although then again, I guess the 12 would have reacted differently to us, right? Because they kind of almost expected us, I think, and weren't all that bothered by the fact that we suddenly appeared in their realm. I don't know. As much as I liked those initial quests, and certainly the initial Alliance raid, as is always the case with these quest lines, they don't really divulge that much information in the first set of them, right? That's typically also true with the raid questline, although this time around with Pandemonium, they've actually had a lot more information in there initially than I thought they would have. But yeah, this is definitely one of those things where we'll be getting a bunch more information, probably in the last set of these quests. But yeah, there are definitely a ton of mysteries left to be solved here. You emerge in the Phantom Realm, a gasp escaping your lips as you take in the breathtaking scenery. Picking your jaw off the floor once more, you go to join your companions. According to Derek, the floating isle to which you have come is called the Omphalos, a name of his own conception meaning navel in an ancient tongue in reference to Mordona's location in the heart of Aldenard. The explorer hopes that you will be able to shed light upon this place, and to that end, you and Grahatia split up to explore. You take yourself around the Omphalos and make a note of its peculiarities. There we go. Having explored to your satisfaction, you head back to the waiting Derek. Shortly after you rejoin him, and Grahatia also returns, and you review your findings together. Based on available evidence, it would seem the isle lies a considerable distance above Silvertear Lake, and it served as a place of worship for the 12. However, there is no telling who created such a place, and concerted effort will be required to get to the heart of the mystery. Which is somewhat weird in this particular description, as it seems as if that place had, well, not only already existed for a very long time, but almost that it's just a quote-unquote somewhat normal place, a place people could potentially venture to, you know, pray or receive wisdom from the 12. Which is especially weird considering how you access the damn thing, but maybe it was at a different location at one point in time. No idea. The Realm of the Gods. In order to solve the Phantom Realm's mysteries, Graha believes that a thorough investigation is in order. But ere you are able to set off for Charlium to make the necessary arrangements... what am I saying? Arrangements for mysterious beings appear who claim to be the 12. The guardian deities of Eorzean myth. They declare that, in Hydaelyn's absence, they are the rightful rulers of the star, and you must prove your strength if mankind is to remain the master of his own destiny. See, that particular detail I did not remember, that they said some... I mean, I know that they kind of, you know, seemed more ominous at first. It looked like they might be hostile towards us, and it turned out it was more of a test in the end. But, yeah, that bit about Hydaelyn, it is definitely interesting that they appear now, of all time, right? After Hydaelyn has left. After the gods take their leave, Grahatia expresses his uncertainty over the unexpected developments, but concedes that they may have far-reaching implications. So it is that you resolve to answer the gods' challenge and formally accept the request to investigate the Phantom Realm. Derek reveals that he has previously explored the sanctums that lie beyond each gate in the Omphalos. Though he is no warrior, he offers to serve as your guide on your foray, while Grahatia chooses to work behind the scenes in a bid to improve your chances at victory. With your course thus decided, you see to your preparations ahead of whatever trials may await. And that's when you do the Alliance raid. Stepping through the gateway, you emerge in a domain of thunder and lightning, not unlike that described in Eorzean legend. Soon you come face to face with the Builder, and after a furious struggle succeed in bringing him to his knees. Yet your trials are far from over, for the deity bids you press on. And you do so, going on to encounter yet more divinities in the form of Rauga, Azema, and finally Nald Thal. And also hearing some brilliant music. Each provides you with stern contest, but you succeed in prevailing over them all. Your trials appearing to be at an end for now, you and Derek make your way back to the Omphalos. Back in the Omphalos, you are joined by Grahatia and Kryl. No sooner do you begin recounting your encounter with the four gods than the entities themselves manifest before you, having given their assurance that they are not primals, which was kind of a, concern of ours, obviously, considering what Hydaelyn turned out to be. The beings reveal that they need to do battle with you in order to fulfill their objective, and though they cannot reveal the details of said objective, they encourage you to seek out the truth. With that, they return to their sanctums, leaving you and your companions to mull over recent events. While much about the mighty beings remains shrouded in mystery, Kryl takes some comfort in the fact that they seem reasonable, and considering your next step, she's eager to hear your detailed account of them. Yeah, so that's very, very interesting, right? So it seems to not only really be a challenge for us, or for them to gauge us, but it also seems to be that maybe they kind of need that encounter with us to either confirm something or to work on something. I don't really know what that really will entail. Considering who we are now and what we've all been, what we've been through in the main story and what the Warrior of Light as a being now kind of represents, especially thinking about, we were an ancient, we kind of brought our soul back together one more time than everybody else on this planet, right? And, well, everything that sort of relates to us with Hydaelyn, Zodiac, and so on and so forth, I wonder if that's why they're doing this. Maybe there is some sort of thing that they can only really, like some sort of power they can only acquire, or some sort of, you know, I guess safe gate or whatever you want to call that, something they can only really get by involving us in their dealings. And then, you know, following that, it will be interesting to see, well, what their objective is, because as much as they're testing us or themselves, or maybe both at the same time, there has to be a reason for why they're doing it, right? So that's going to be interesting to see. And that also loops back to, for example, Luzua's whole deal with, you know, trying to contain Bahamut in this spell that is also connected to the 12, right? How does that really link back to this? And then Papalymo employs the same thing to seal in Shinryu towards the end of Heavensward. So, I mean, clearly we've had at least some connection to these deities in some form or another. But then, biggest question still remains, if they're not primals, somebody still must have created them for some reason, right? Or somehow, because the thing with primals is, right, primals are essentially creation magics. I wouldn't even say gone wrong, but they're a form of being that exists in this realm because we still have a bit of those creation magics left over from the ancients, right? But it's a bit more of an uncontrolled form of those creation magics. That's why primals exist. And why they keep being resummoned and so on and so forth. But with the 12, if they're not that, then somebody else must have created them for some reason. Or they somehow started to exist because, I don't know. I mean, as much as we know, or as much as I know, they've always existed. Ever since the, well, there must have been a brief period after Hydaelyn, you know, split everything into the different shards and the swords. There is a brief period where we don't really know that much about it. And then the first Astral Era as well, we don't really know that much. We know how it ended. We know a little bit about it, but not as much to the point where we could say that maybe the 12 had already... I guess we kind of know that the 12 might have already existed at that point, right? But we can't be entirely sure. Man, it's just... reading back through this makes me realize how fundamental some of these questions still are, even after everything that we now know about the world. Anyways, having taken stock of the situation, Kral declares that she will remain in the Emphalis for a time to explore. In the meantime, Grahatia wishes to investigate the worship of the 12 across Eorzea and invites you and Derek to accompany him. That was also pretty cool, how it leads you back to those places of worship. Because I feel like a lot of people don't necessarily even realize where those are. And they've been around for a very long time. And I think, well, I wasn't part of 1.0, right? But I think back then, because it was Luzua's idea to try to contain Bahamut within that spell of his, and that did involve the 12 and worship to the 12, back in 1.0, shortly before the server shut down, I think the questline involving that did lead you to those places and kind of requested you to, well, to worship the 12 in their respective locations. And those locations are still around. They're the same locations. Obviously, you know, the world has changed somewhat between 1.0 and 2.0, but they're meant to be the same locations as they were back then, right? And I thought that it was really, really cool to highlight them specifically, because a lot of people probably just don't know that. and the background of that, and how it relates back to 1.0. By learning about the 12 as they are worshipped, Graha hopes to identify any similarities or differences between them and the beings you encountered. In so doing, he believes you will draw closer to the truth of their identities. Your mission thus established, you set out first for Rhalga's Reach, the holy ground for disciples of the Destroyer. Upon arriving at your destination, Derek states that those places where Phantom Realm sightings are known to occur often have a tradition of 12 worship. Encouraged by this fact, you split up to seek out people who may possess knowledge about the local faith. Alright, I didn't... that is another detail that I don't fully remember. So, wait, did they say that this Omphala's realm can pretty much appear anywhere, but just so happened to now be over Mordona? Is that what they're saying? Among a few other details, your search has yielded a copy of Destructivity, a rare surviving scripture of the Fist of Rhalga. Satisfied with the fruits of your efforts, you go to reconvene with your comrades at Starfall. Skimming over the scripture, Grahatia finds an account of the construction of the Great Image of the Destroyer. The text states that among the refugees who followed Rhalga's comet to safety during the Sixth Umbral Calamity, some few claimed to have caught sight of the divinity himself. Yet even as you struggled to decide whether the mysterious beings gave rise to their respective faiths or were born of them, Rhalga and Birgit appear before you once more in the form of a hawk and a spriggan respectively. The two explain that mortals may catch glimpses of them in their true forms when the ether surrounding their sanctums becomes unstable, a phenomenon known to occur during an Umbral calamity. Having shared this detail in lieu of an apology for their earlier deception, the pair then take their leave. As you discuss these revelations, Kryl contacts you with word that she has recruited an acquaintance to your cause, an authority on mythology. While Grahatia takes himself to the sunken temple of Karn to receive this individual, you are tasked with going ahead to Ul'dah with Derek to make inquiries about Nalt Thal. Though Derek has agreed to accompany you, his apprehension towards the idea is plain to see. Whatever may be the source of his discomfiture, that's the word, for now you decide to focus on the task at hand. Yeah, Derek is quite mysterious, isn't he? Also, that whole... I mean, I do remember that, obviously, but it's so weird, isn't it? Who are they? How can people have seen them, and how... Is it... Well, I wouldn't say it's necessarily similar to primals, but it does somewhat go into the same direction, right? It certainly does relate to ether, and unstable ether at that. Almost as if they're on another plane of existence. Yeah, who are they? I don't know, it's just gonna be incredibly interesting to figure out, I think. I really, really wonder what they're setting them up to be. Anyway, speaking plain, Derek confesses that he isn't fond of working one-on-one with another, but he will dutifully do what is requested of him. Thus do you set forth separately for Arzeneth Ossuary in Ul'dah, there to investigate the worship of Nalt Thal. Joining Derek at the Ossuary, how do you pronounce it? Ossuary? Ossuary? You establish that though the Nalt Thal you encountered differ somewhat in appearance from the twins revered by Uldans, they still share many similarities. However, Derek's blithe mentioning of your recent activities begins to attract the attention of the Pious folk nearby, and upon being alerted to their dismay, he sheepishly takes himself outside. Derek declares that your work in Ul'dah is done. Rather than wait for Grahatia to arrive, however, he suggests seeking your companion out at the sunken temple of Khan, and you begin making your way to the ruins in southern Thanalan. You arrive at the temple to find Derek tending to a collapsed woman, by whose attire he posits is a scholar. She begs you to bring food and water from a bag, and you go to search for it in the area. You soon come upon what appears to be the scholar's bag, but find only a skin with a meager amount of water inside. Though you doubt it will be enough, for now you decide to take the water to the woman. As expected, the water doesn't suffice, and the woman begs for food. Before you can offer something, however, Grahatia arrives on the scene. After his initial shock at your presence, he turns his attention to the woman, one Snowgime, who promptly springs back to life thanks to his gift of nutritious provender. Introduced as the mythologist Kryl recruited, Snowgime can barely contain her excitement as she hears your account of the Phantom Realm and identifies similarities between the domains you visited at the Heavens of Legend. Having thus successfully rendezvoused with your new colleague, you make your way to join Kryl in the Omphalos. Upon arriving in the Omphalos, Snowgime immediately begins making excited observations of the Isle, which she believes to be the seventh heaven. Oh, right, I totally forgot about that. We have like heaven and hell in this world as well. We've just never really been there, I guess? Yeah, that is somewhat weird, right? Well, I keep saying weird. I don't actually mean that, but rather that... Why does this exist? Because at the end, wouldn't have Hydaelyn had to create it? Unless it exists in every single reflection as well, and it even existed back in the day of the Ancients, and they, for some reason, also didn't realize or didn't care? It could legitimately also just have something to do with the core nature of ether, right? Because as powerful as the Ancients were, and as much knowledge as they had, even back then, the core, I guess, properties of ether would have still had to be the exact same ones as they are today, right? Which is, 6 elements with an umbral and an astral aspected side. I mean, that didn't change, correct? So if the 6 heavens and 6 hells are kind of aligned with those elements, and then there's like a 7th one that is overspanning all of them, in theory, it could have already existed back then, right? It just begs the question of why the Ancients didn't really... Well... Okay, all things considered, honestly, as much as we know about the Ancients, and even having been to their time in Elpis, I guess in terms of an actual time frame, it was still very, very little that we got to see, or properly see of them, right? And Amarant was just a recreation of Emmet Selk, so... Yeah, all things considered, I think that there might actually be a lot we still don't know about what their world looked like. So it might very well be that at least the sort of ether properties that might relate back to these gods could have already existed back then. Your party then reviews all that you have learned thus far and discusses a potential course before taking a well-earned rest at the most fitting of venues, the 7th Heaven in Mordona, where you manage to catch a glimpse of Derek with his guard down. Afterwards, your group disperses for a time, with the solitary explorer opting to go for a walk nearby. For want of an immediate task of your own, you decide to look in on him. Derek informs you that he intends to remain in Revenant's Toll while awaiting developments, and promises to share any tidings with you. Though you know not when, it's only a matter of time before your investigation resumes, and you look forward to drawing closer to solving the mystery of the 12. Cool. Alright, so that's the initial setup. That's what we did last time in 6.1. And now it's on to figuring out why they exist and what they're all about. And also, in the course of that, take a look at the new Alliance raid and just seeing more of the gods. And, well, I have to admit, I'm looking forward to one specifically for no, specific reason whatsoever. But I have to say, what I enjoyed about the first Alliance raid the most was definitely how cool they designed the 12. I mean, we kind of know their designs. We've seen them, right? But only ever really in artwork and stuff. So seeing them fully realized in game was really, really awesome. And especially in the context of their different realms, it was incredible to see. So yeah, very much looking forward to that. All right. Oh, bit of a weird mount for this, but all right. Oh. There we go. I was gonna say, why is there chatter out here, but holy shit. It's always so crazy to me, the sheer amount, because you never really see that many people at once, right? I mean, yeah, maybe during like hunt trains and whatnot, but considering that there is a bunch of different quests that you can do, right? I mean, a lot of people would be moving over to the main story as well. It's just crazy to me how many people are always at the quest locations on patch day. Hey, Derek. What's up? Oh yeah, I should probably resize these as well. Return to the Phantom Realm. Derek betrays a gleam in his eyes at the sight of you. All right, I'm really not sure if this guy is nefarious. I don't think he is, but he seems very excited about all these opportunities, yet at the same time, like, why does he know about that, right? Anyways. Oh, greetings. Oh, greeting. Nay, wait. Let me... What's his... Oh, greetings. No. He would be Icelandic, right? If you've come to ask about developments in our Phantom Realm investigation, then your timing couldn't be better. A short while ago, I received word from Grahatir. He and Kral have completed their preparations in Sharlayan. They're ready to resume fieldwork. Even as we speak, they make their way hither. Let's wait for them together, shall we? I completely forgot what voice I gave from last time. Not that it really matters. I'm not really great at voice acting anyways, but I do like to do voices, don't get me wrong. Gotta love this scene. It's just so cool being back here. Ah, there they are. Oh, wait, never mind. He's not... How did I... Never mind. Completely disregard what I just said. And why does he even have an Oppo Oppo, to be honest? There must be some significance behind that, right? Or does it just show that he's kind of a scholar? Come on, Raha. It can't be that heavy, right? And you're carrying it on your back. What in the heavens are you carrying? This, my friends, is the latest technological marvel to come out of Sharlayan. I give you the etheric analyzer. Holding it thus, you take a measure of the ambient ether. Why is this so much bigger than the glasses that Urianger had? Maybe they're just a lot more powerful. Whose waveform is then recorded by the etherotranscriber at the back. This provides us with the detailed data of the environment, which we can study at our leisure. Wow. Alright. As you know, the Phantom Realms are hidden by illusions. In order to ascertain their nature, I suggested to Kryl that we record the data with proper equipment. Man, I can't get over how cool they always implement real-world physics into this, right? So they make ether out to be this, well, physical thing that has very similar properties to what we know from things, right? So all the things that we can see with our eyes are just light that is reflected back at different wavelengths, right? Which is why we can discern color and whatnot. So they're kind of doing the same thing here, right? Very, very cool. Alas, that equipment is tremendously cumbersome. Raha has done well to bring it here in one piece, and as expensive as it doubtless is, I hope we can return it in the same condition. Return it? Yes, to the Forum. In approving our investigation, they granted us use of the device in addition to their financial backing. Despite the students' greatly reduced scale, the Forum has faith in our endeavors. Thus did the approval notice declare, I'm proud to say. We owe much of this goodwill to the Scions, yourself not least of all. That being said, we can't depend on the forum indefinitely. No, we must stand on our own 2 feet again, and it begins with our efforts in this investigation. The 12 are meant to be Eorzea's guardian deities, yet they seek battle with mankind. What could it possibly be that motivates them? In treating with them earnestly, I am hopeful that we will find the answer. Well, we shouldn't keep Snowgime waiting. Without further ado, let's join her in the Omphalos. Oh boy. Honestly, Graha, it can't be that heavy, right? I mean, even if it's like... Okay, well, maybe it's like 30 kilograms or something. But still. Come on, buddy. You're usually so energetic. Anyways, the problem is I will have to keep people, or Snowgime rather, waiting for a bit because I'm going to be taking my lunch break now. I don't know if we're safe here. I mean, technically there isn't really anything that you can... There's always just a billion people here as well. I think it's just kind of funny to take a look at these guys and take a look at everybody arriving and leaving again. Anyways, I'm going to be taking my lunch break, which will take, as always, sort of the usual 30 minutes. And once I'm back, we'll properly be diving into this patch, doing all the content, and not really taking any breaks anymore. I'll be back after lunch. See ya! Alrighty, there we go. Oh boy, I didn't really realize how haunting Mordona can be if there's no music during the night. Interesting. I feel like it has somehow, you know, the crowd has somehow dispersed. It looks like, right? There aren't that many people still here. Although, well, it's also a difference between, you know, having the names there or not. But anyways, let's see. Oh, right. The entrance is here. I thought we had actually some sort of... I guess it's hidden, right? But it does feel somewhat weird to just have the little ball of light here that allows you to switch between the different zones. Anyways, let's get to it. Forgot how beautiful the music was here. Welcome back! Well now, if that isn't the etheric analyzer, you've done well to get a hold of it. Indeed, we're duly grateful to the forum for the loan. It's no small thing to be lugging about, but I've always wanted to try it. If you are ready, Raha, you may proceed with measuring the ether of the Phantom Realm. Please assist him, will you? In the meantime, I have a mind to further examine the monument with Snowgime. How does that sound? Oh, by the way, the only thing I wish sometimes these things would do differently, although I do recognize why they're doing it the way they're doing it, is that it would be cool to actually permanently change the overworld. I know that that's not really possible. I mean, it is, but not in the way that I would like it to change, right? It would be incredibly cool if somehow this quest line would mean that now we had this sort of monument thing that we have here somewhere out in the overworld, right? For people to visit. But I also realize that that's not really possible, at least not with extensive work, because it would have to kind of already be there, even for people who are just starting with the game, right? So they would have to implement multiple versions of it in a way that works with every sort of stage that you have of players going through the main story, right? So that's why they're not doing it. That's why they're keeping it a separate zone, so it can just be whatever they want it to be without having to think about how other players that aren't as far through the story might perceive it. But yeah, part of me just wishes that these would be somehow permanent additions to the overworld rather than being a separate sort of instance. But, you know, it's still fine. I mean, it still looks beautiful no matter what. Oh, by the way, you know, the dum 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 in the background, that particular part of the track I think is also really, really cool. It's, as always, just amazing how they're bringing old themes and motifs back through the music, but still making it its own new piece. Always incredible to hear, in this particular case, not see. Like a plan. As a matter of fact, I've already done a little bit of work on that front. As you previously determined, the monument harbors some manner of magic, and this magic, I've since found, takes the form of an epigraph. What's an epigraph exactly? That thing in the middle, I presume? Right, what I also wanted to say is I do wonder how they're going to be doing this. So, there are 12 of the 12. That's why they're called the 12, right? Even though Nordthal technically are 2, but they're considered to be the same entity. And as we've seen in the first Alliance raid, they are kind of 2 in 1. The case being, all Alliance raids typically have 4 big bosses, and they've always had that, right? Not necessarily in this, like, sometimes it varies in, I guess, what you could count as a boss, or a mini-boss, mini-encounter, what have you, right? That has certainly changed over the years, but it's just interesting if the first Alliance raid had 4, and the second one, I presume, is going to have 4. What are they going to be doing with the last one? Either at some point 2 of them will be put together, like 2 of the 12. Maybe one of them, for whatever reason, is just going to be the last one. Or, because that's also always been the case, the very last Alliance raid of the series will always have a 2-staged last boss fight, right? Even though in Nier, even the second one had that. So they could be doing something where they're all coming together to form like a super 12 entity all the way at the end. Very much looking forward to it, though. By consulting Professors Rurusha and Namono, Shalian's foremost expert in the field of archaeology, I was able to make a discovery. Have we met those professors? Oh yes, a most startling discovery. That is, the epigraph is largely incomplete, so we can't read it. Cool! Wait, has Graha realized what that means? So you didn't make a discovery. Ah, but see, establishing what one doesn't know is also an important step in research. Honestly, as funny as this is, it's incredible to me how truthful it is at the same time, right? I mean, they're playing it off as a bit of a joke, but that is very much how science works, right? You're not constantly going to be discovering the craziest stuff. It takes a long, long time to do research, and, you know, whenever you do find something interesting, confirming that it's actually something different or something new is incredibly hard. Might take, you know, possibly 50 years and a lot of other scientists to get involved in it. And even then, it might turn out to only be like a slightly different perspective on a thing you kind of already knew, right? So I find it doubly funny that they're not only pointing this out here specifically, but she's absolutely right. This is a very important step indeed in real-life research. For a blessing, the language used doesn't appear to be completely unknown. If we can but fill in the missing information, it should be possible to make sense of it. It isn't completely unknown, huh? But where do we even begin looking for such information? Why, we ask the gods themselves, of course. They did seem to be somewhat inclined to help us, so by giving them the battle they desire, we're doing them a favor, are we not? That being the case, I dare say they would grace us with their presence if called. Please come with me. Oh, the things I would ask them if they really did appear. Wait, she hasn't seen them yet, right? Because she wasn't here yet when we did the first Alliance raid, I think. Now, going by astrology, the heaven of Earth should be next to open, and it just so happens I know the perfect incantation for this purpose. Oh, wait, so by how astrologians draw their star signs or whatever? Wait a second. Honestly, doesn't that bring up a very, very interesting and possibly kind of strange question? Aren't these all also not only the 12, but they're symbols? Aren't they also shaped after star constellations? Or am I mean, we have those constellations in the crystals of the ancients, but they're distinctly different, correct? Oh boy, I don't really remember the Astrologian questline that much. At least not in terms of the particular signs. Like, obviously there are the cards, right? The Yua, the arrow and whatnot, and they do relate back to these guys, but the thing that I'm just wondering, right, is, at least to a certain degree, I would consider the stars and the sort of the outside universe to not necessarily be super closely related with Aetheris as such, right? So the planet we're living on, while being inside of the universe, obviously doesn't really have any sort of relationship with the stars outside of it, except for Meteon, maybe? And so how could star constellations, or the things that astrologians do, relate back to these guys? I wonder if they're going to address that. If I even remember that this could be a thing. Open Muntui. Say what now? It's a time-honored charm passed down in Gridania. whose patron is Nofika, one of the deities said to dwell in the heaven of earth. Come, everyone, say it with me. Why would we all have to say it, though? Wait, is this how we opened up the first... Wasn't the first gate just open? Okay. Open, Montui, or... Open, Montui. Alright, let's be enthusiastic about this. Open, Montui, everybody says. Alright. I guess that actually works. To be fair, it's not, that unlikely. If that's a saying from Gridania, then it is one saying from Gridania. It does make sense, doesn't it? There we go. Well, hello there. What delightful children you are. I too have desired to speak with you. What's going on with her? Oh, hello. By the 12, it's her. It's really her. Though honestly, it's pretty funny seeing the saying by the 12 in this context. But I guess that would always be funny, right? I mean, there are a ton of sayings based on God or gods or, mysteries like this in our real world. And if they did turn out to be true, then, yeah, it would be equally weird saying them in the same context. Have I mentioned that I like her design a lot? No particular reason. Her eyes are very interesting, though. I don't know if they've just upgraded their game in terms of eye design, but I think it's cool how they've managed to pull off something. I don't know, her eyes do look kind of godlike, right? I mean, not in the sense that they're super beautiful or something, but rather that they have this sort of almost ghostly kind of thing to them, yet at the same time are also somewhat normal, right? They're not... It's a very, very, very interesting choice. She looks precisely as depicted in legend. Amazing. 'Tis an honor to meet you, Nofika. If I may, what is it that you wish to speak about? Man, I'm so glad that I started the game in Gridania. I always knew that was the best one. You seek to decipher the monument, do you not? If you face more of us in battle, I myself included, we shall grant you the key to unlocking that mystery. Again, brings back the question of why. We would of course be much obliged for such a gift, but are you certain? The gods before were not exactly forthcoming with your secrets. Closely have we watched you from our respective sanctums, watched as you faced us and pursued the truth with pure hearts and minds. So it's certainly a test, right? I just... I just wonder what the context of it is. Do these 12, have they kind of watched over us the entire time? Wouldn't they already know that we're pretty much the person they're looking for whatever that... In light of what we have seen, we have concluded this. Even should you uncover the monument's purpose, you would still be willing to lend us your aid. Okay, I do need to make a screenshot of her and send that to a friend, though. Help us to fulfill our heart's desire, and so too shall we grant you yours. I look forward to receiving you in my sanctum, my dear children. So the screenshot is just for friends. Wanted to make that sure. Anyway, so no, her design is pretty cool. But the other gods were as well. I do, you know, this actually does have nothing to do with, you know, whatever's happening here. I'm just a fan of Gridania. I've been a fan of Nofika in that sense as well. Simply for liking Gridania. Anyways, I needed to do that. Just wanted to make a funny comment. Sending this to a friend. Just grab the screenshot real quick. Sorry about that. Our efforts to understand the 12 appear to have paid off. It worked. The charm reached the matron. If it can be repeated, I shall have to mention it in my thesis. Well, I don't think we have to say that again to meet her again. These guys just... Honestly, well, maybe they will be here at some point. But I would very much appreciate them being here and us just being able to talk to them. That would be pretty cool. Would also give us an opportunity, because that's always a bit of a... It's not even only the boss models, but rather everything. I noticed that particularly while doing Dragon Song's Reprise. There's so much cool stuff going on in the background because, for example, Alphino will be there, Estinian will be there, right? And they're kind of playing out the story of Heavenswood and the Dragon Song and everything, right? But while you're going through the fight, you yourself obviously can't even really take that in that much because you have to focus on mechanics and you have to make sure not to fuck up. Same thing kind of happens here. I mean, with this a bit more casual content, it's easier to focus on the environments if you want to, but still, I mean, there's so much going on in an alliance raid, specifically with that many people and all the effects going off and so on and so forth. It's a bit of a shame that you can not, like, that they're not here, right? And you can just talk to them. But I guess maybe they'll eventually be here. I wasn't expecting a god to actually appear. It was but a coincidence, surely. Wait, was he not here the last time as well? Wasn't he the one guiding us through the different realms? Because he'd already seen those? By the way, what are you doing here? You're cute. Oh wait. Don't they all appear as, well, minions, more or less? Is that one of the deities in its animal form? Am I seeing that right? It is! Yeah! Okay, so technically they are here then. There's the Spriggan. Hi, buddy. Yeah. And the hawk. Okay, so they are in fact here. It's just in their animal form rather than their god form, deity form, normal form, human form. Oh yeah, by the way, why do they even look like humans? Huh. Because wouldn't that also have to be explained somehow? In terms of their creation, maybe? I forgot how cool this looks, right? That we're literally above Silvertear Lake. That's so awesome. I don't even know if I mentioned this last time in 6.1, but looking at this, it just always makes me wish that this was one seamless world. I know that it doesn't even make sense for it to be one in terms of the game, right? Because, well, what would you put everywhere? It would just be an empty world, right? Cool to look at, but there wouldn't really be a point to it unless they had, I don't know, a billion different designers working on content for it. Still very cool. It's just how simple that can be, right? By just adding that Dalamut shard thing, explosion ether thing, and the crystal tower immediately puts into focus and into perspective where we are in relation to other zones, which I think is really, really cool. But anyways, let's continue. The original plan was to revisit the Heavens of Lightning and Fire. But I believe all would agree that we should prioritize Nofika's invitation. Very much so indeed. Well, Snowgime, your charm did the trick. The way to another heaven lies open, and beyond it the truth of the monument. Just had another thought. So if they're making this out to be... Oh, well... I was gonna say, if we visit the 6 heavens, wouldn't we also have to visit the 6 hells? But we've already done that, kinda. Or rather, we're going to be doing it. Because there's 12 of the 12, 6 astral, 6 umbral. The umbral ones are the hells, technically, right? So we are visiting both heaven and hells in this questline, I guess. Nobody's really pointed that out, right? If they are even the proper ones, maybe they're just kind of recreations for the purposes of this test. I can scarcely wait to pore over the etheric data. I leave it in your capable hands. As for you, Derek, may we rely on your guidance once more. And now that we know what awaits, I do not feel my presence is necessary. On the contrary, it would only be a burden. As you wish, of course. We can still count on you to pray for our friends, though, I trust. Well, what is he going to be doing then, though? I'm glad that I can join you this time. Encumbered as I am with the analyzer, I fear I won't be able to assist in battle, but I shall do my part and secure the data we need. God, I love this music. It's also now just ingrained in my brain with the 5.3 ending cutscene. Even though it's been there before. Euphrosyne. Euphrosyne? Is that how you pronounce that? Euphrosina? Euphrosyne? No idea. Anyways. In actually fighting the gods, yours is the hardest task of all. The rest of us are truly grateful to you, and we shall do our utmost to support your efforts. Well, I do it gladly, it's a ton of fun. Curious about my attire, are you? I borrowed it alongside the analyzer. It's the choice of gleaners, cleverly designed to help one bear great loads. And hefty as the analyzer is, by now I'm quite used to the feel of it. That's to say, I won't unduly slow you down. Come, let us set forth. That actually makes a ton of sense, that they would design the Gleaner's uniform to be able to carry loads. Pretty cool detail. Thanks to the etheric analyzer, even those who can't accompany you will have access to valuable data. Compliments to the forum for the loan. Knowing you, you should have no trouble finding your way without me. I will cheer you on from here. Well then, let's go! Euphrosyne. The 12 Eorzea's guardian deities seek to fulfill their enigmatic aspirations, and for this, they claim they must engage in battle with men. Continuing your efforts to uncover the truth, you and your comrades have turned your attention to the monument at the heart of Umphilus, which contains an incomplete epigraph. The goddess Nofika promises you the key to deciphering it, but in exchange you must do battle with more gods, herself included. So it is that you prepare yourself for another grueling foray into their sanctum, there to grant the divinities their heart's desire. Well, there we go. Let's do this. I doubt we'll have to wait long. But just give me one... Right here? Yeah, so the guardian deity you chose, that appears here. This one is Helone. That is due to it being my correct birthday, though. Like the 32nd sun of the first astral moon coincides with being... Or does it? Yeah, I think it... Can't change that, right? Or can you change your guardian deity? I actually don't remember how that works in character creation. As much as I like Nofika, you know, Helone is not bad either. But yeah. Now we're in the Windows XP background, as it was lovingly dubbed by the community after seeing the screenshot in the live letter. This looks so cool, by the way. Also, do you see what they've done like in the background? Somehow they managed to design the grass in a way where it almost looks like it's creating, you know, a camera bokeh effect in the background. And she has a scythe.
At last the time has come.
She actually looks quite a bit sort of cuter here. She looked a bit more ghostly in the previous cutscene. It's actually funny that she has the scythe and Reaper, you know, there have been jokes that Reaper's kind of the battle class of the botanist. Oh, I was gonna say, shouldn't it display who we're in a party with? Oh, I completely forgot to check my portrait. Oh no. Did it reset all the portraits? think it might have been, huh? Oh, there we go. Yeah, I have the standard one. That actually looks really cool, that screen. Do we have another... we do have another summoner.
Prove to me life's resolve.
Alright. God, I already... the Bahamut's, what the fuck? Abundance. That's just the right white. Did not realize there were so many summoners here. Matron's plenty, so she grows something on the outside, it seems. This looks beautiful. The Giving Land? Okay. Oh, she has... Oh, holy shit. There are like a billion different effects going on. Okay, so I think she's showing around her whether or not it's a donut or a point blank. Why is that such a long cast? Oh, somebody already added it.
Reach the harvest.
Lucas Gale. Okay, the standard cross pattern.
Let life flower and flourish.
Music's incredibly beautiful. Wait, was that something else on her? Floral Haze? Or was it? Might have been just a Reaper effect. Alright, we have debuffs. Okay. So now she's gonna do the... There we go. Well, that was easy. There's like a pattern on the floor. I wonder if that has something to do with her stuff. Yeah, it's as always kind of affects overload, isn't it? That is also due to the fact that I've, you know, all animations turned on.
The breath of the earth.
Oh. Wait, did she actually turn or... Oh no. What is that? Do we need to be there or what? Oh. Huh. Are those supposed to be stacks? I have no clue what the symbols are. So the first one had a couple of shields on them, the second, or the round things. The second one had a couple of triangles, and then... Wow! Holy shit! I didn't even notice how the background... This looks beautiful. Holy hell. Very interesting. Oh, fuck,
Bow down like
yeah,
the willow.
I definitely have to see those in and out animations a couple more times. I don't know, she has like a rose thorn kind of thing around her that indicates if it's a point blank or a donut, but it's very difficult to actually see and pick out with all the effects going on.
Adversity lies strength.
I just want to look at the background. It always looks incredibly good whenever she does some. All right, so now I can maybe have... What the hell? What does that mean? So now I do see people having buffs and debuffs, right? So in this particular case, I think you need to be standing in the correct color whenever the things go off. But the first time that happened, I never saw these things be on the ground. I might have just overlooked them because I was busy looking somewhere else. I don't know. Oh boy, I think all the healers are dead. Yep, this is gonna be fun. No, never mind. One Astrologian is still alive. God, this just looks insanely beautiful. She doesn't really have that much else going on. God, this background. I can't get over how good this looks. You know what? Part of me makes me think that I think they kind of designed it a bit like Holman's Switch on purpose. So this looks like it could be a more sort of what would you call it? A more... Whoa. Oh. Wow! Okay, I never noticed that either. Look at the background of this! That's crazy! This is so insanely beautiful. I can't get over how good this looks. But yeah, whenever she does the forest bit, it does remind me of Holman's The Switch a bit, specifically the first part where you are running through forest. It's just that since it's, I guess, the first version of it, it looks pretty fucked up. And, you know, the Sin Eaters are there and everything, but aside from that, yeah, I guess I must have just missed these things on the ground when she did it first. Okay, I actually like that mechanic. Somewhat simple in terms of solving it. Oh boy, one person got absolutely annihilated by that. How many people are alive? Some people released for whatever reason. Yeah, the only thing that I have to figure out is what the specific indicator for the point blank and the donut is. Because that's somewhat hard to see when everybody's hitting the boss with their spell effects. Big fan of the music too. They're using like Celtic instruments, I think. This is a cool attack. I really like this. Puts a new spin on the whole check pattern kind of deal. Yeah, so those were floral patterns around her. Now I just need to see the other variant again. This we also know, right? You just move into the first, yeah. I think you even have quite a long time to move into the first one as well. This is insane to me. The amount of detail in the background is insane, considering that you would only ever be able to see this during the fight. Are my healers still here? No, of course, they're the one. My party is the one that released. Well, great. I was gonna say, nobody's, you know, picking me up, but that does make sense now. I guess the summoner also... Oh boy. Can they survive the stack? Oh boy. Nope. That does seem to need a couple more people. Hopefully one healer stayed out of it. Where's this guy? Oh. They're also outside. Well, that's bad. There is still a rat mage alive, though. Or was, rather. Picked up the other two healers. I like this part of the music, particularly. And then you have this as well. I absolutely freaking love the instruments they used here. It's so insane to me how... I mean, obviously, a lot of what they do, typically, in terms of the design of these deities, and a lot of it does have some connections back to the real world, right? So, in that way, they also always integrate themes from the real world, from real world music into that, right? But I always find it crazy how well they pull that off, right? Because at least I don't think that it would be easy to put that many different instruments and that many different sort of characteristics from different musical and cultural backgrounds into a new context and still make it not only make sense but come out so beautifully. And no less in a game that has so many different musical pieces and musical backgrounds and whatever else have you in it, right? Yeah, I think I must have simply missed those things on the ground first time around. Kind of sad that I was dead the entire time, but... Oh, wait, what? I can just, please survive. Oh, what? Nice.
Good children.
There we go.
Be strong for
Well,
what
I
awaits.
helped in killing her, I guess. Be strong for what awaits. Impressive as always, my friend. The etheric analyzer works as it should. Let us press on. Well, this was certainly something. Now I still have weakness on me. Can't get over how fucking beautiful they managed to make these parts. I wonder if this is supposed to be in any specific... Maybe it was close to
By
Lakeland
my
at some point.
authority,
Or not
let the
Lakeland.
land be remade.
Not Lakeland, I mean Silverchair Lake. This is one of the parts that we saw in the live letter. So awesome. I don't know what the ruins in the background are supposed to be. Gelmoran? Or... Yeah, that's the big question, right? Do these things here all relate back to a sort of specific, you know, counterpart within Eorzea, or are they something else? There are a lot of AoEs just somewhere going through the arena. And look at that in the background. Do you see all the way in the background? There's like a castle on the floor? What the hell is going on here? I don't know. actually somewhat difficult to determine what this might be. Also, by the way, one thing that was mentioned, at least to a degree, in the patch notes, is that, funnily enough, it also shows your damage type. Which, yeah, that's something that I'm somewhat confused by. But I guess it makes sense. Oh, hello. I know you. Okay, bringing in Behemoth? Once again, does this mean that what we see here is potentially related to Mordoma? Because the Behemoth is a fate. Well, it's a fate in Coerthus, right? Which is close, though. Hello. Of course, it would have to be Ulthig who could do...
I couldn't stay away.
Who the hell are you?
It seems my sister shall be joining us.
Ah, there we go. So we're fighting two at the same time. Nymea. Their designs are gorgeous. Holy shit. Alright, that explains it then. I guess they're gonna be doing this. And there's the music again. Okay, so who do we have to hit first, though? She's doing some sort of card thing. Oh. Okay. Wait, I have a golden debuff. I'm just gonna... Ah, I guessed correctly. Wait, he has a buff as well. Oh, both of them have a buff.
Have you the strength to defy fate?
Okay, so she gives out cards.
The sands of time are mine
And...
to command.
Oh boy, what the hell is that? Does that mean that my card's gonna happen earlier or later, or... Time accelerates... Ah, okay. Alright, so when you get connected to that, it'll mean that you're... I'm just gonna hit her for a bit. I don't know if we have to keep them somewhat even. People seem to be doing that. Might be an accident though. Yeah, so whenever you get connected to the clock, it means that your card's effect will happen, what was it, about 5 seconds early, I think? Oh.
Surrender to my power.
Is it gonna split up the arena? Oh! Alright, that works like in that one dungeon. What does that mean? Okay, so you can just run through that. It's a traveling wave. Holy shit, that looks awesome, by the way. And you need to be careful not to step into the bits here that are, you know, that give you heavy, because that'll mean that obviously it's going to be more difficult to escape. Wait, what are they doing? Oh, that's a tank buster, alright. And whenever they do the sort of upward thrust thing, what is happening now? 3, 2, 1. Oh, that's a knockback, alright. Just don't do anything during that. Oh boy, I'm tanking her. That's not good. Please, Volk. Please, Vogue! Oh god, I got lucky there. Spinner's wheel, okay, so she gives out cards again. This is move at the end. Oh boy, evoked at the exact right moment. They also did something with the ground here. This is such a cool idea, man. I guess the arena just breaks up over the course of the battle? God, I already love this fight. Holy shit. I should probably... yeah, I should probably rest somebody. Yeah. Well, the cool thing is now you can also actually see, you know, the remaining time on the rest whenever you give it to someone. That's pretty awesome. I wonder if the buff that they have does something. Oh, I did realize they need to be kept apart, or at least if they get too close to each other, they move away from one another or something. Alright, something else happening, or is it the same thing as before? Something accelerates again. Oh! Very nice. So I guess he must have had his tether on one of the numbers. I was gonna say there has to be a spin to this, right? And very much so. God, I love this raid already! Such a cool design! What an awesome piece of content. Everybody dead? I think so, right? Are you sure at least? I think we saw pretty much everything. I don't think there's going to be anything else. Yeah. I'm fairly certain that, except maybe for their buff or whatever they have there, you must have seen pretty much everything. What a fucking cool design. This is so awesome. I also like how even just changing indicators very often makes a mechanic seem way more interesting than it otherwise would have been. Let me just hit Nymea maybe, but keep Elthic as the focus target. I also love the idea with the cards. And the funny thing is, you know, once you know kind of what, it is very much a mechanic that, you know, is related to stuff that we know from other content, but immediately makes sense in this context as well. And I absolutely love that. Okay, 6, 5, 4. And I also love how they managed to make it so that you always have to keep watch. There are always mechanics that kind of force you, for example, there, right? It forced us to move because he does a random attack on somebody, but you're not allowed to move at the end of the debuff. It's a very, very cool connection. Okay, so he's gonna accelerate me again. Meaning that the thing is going to go off at... oh. Ah, okay. I was going to say, so his chat bubble says something along the lines of like 1 second until it accelerates, but it doesn't... it actually accelerates the debuff. It doesn't immediately just go off whenever he says that. So you have another like 2 seconds or something to do stuff. Because I was going to say, it looked to me as if I had about, you know, as if it activated about 5 seconds early last time. Oh, also another thing that I think is really, really cool. So these things that are now running through the arena, they give you heavy, but they also give you, you know, what's it called? Magical up, or magical damage up. Let's pick them up. Which is really awesome since that means you can't just willy-nilly stand on those. You have to be careful. I absolutely adore this fight. Specifically with two targets, it has this great feeling of being both chaotic, yet also absolutely, you know, manageable at the same time. Alright. First time around, it's with normal stuff. I can't really be summoning an Ifrit here. Oh, right, I also completely forgot you can just literally point yourself towards the other one. Because while it does have a knockback, it's not, you know, super crazy. And now we're gonna be going back to the cards. Man, I think I'm gonna repeat that phrase quite a number of times here, but I absolutely fucking love this. Also, the card effect looks beautiful. Look at this. There's a proper design on the card and everything. Alright. Now I can stand here and do my long cast. Ooh, almost ran into that. I do wonder if there is some significance to both their like buff debuff thing going on, or buff rather. I'm not entirely certain, so they can't be too close to each other, but I think that just works as sort of a, they'll be stronger if that happens. So you need to keep them apart. I mean, that was very clear. The question is just, you know, what happens if they're too close? Do they just deal more damage, or is there some other effect going on? Alright, so he accelerates that one. And then I guess the other ones are gonna go off in the, you know, what they look like. This is fun! This is so cool. I love Alliance raids. I just love it. Wasn't the biggest fan of the Nier ones, but Stormblood and these ones, absolutely incredible. Absolutely fucking incredible. I honestly wonder if the debuff they have is some sort of enrage timer. But she just loses it now that Althic's dead.
Is fate.
Oh yeah, by the way, is this the first treasure coffer that we got? 620. Well, I don't really need this one. And I don't know what kind of thing I have for my ninja. I need to take a look in a second here. Holy shit. Oh my god. Frozen Domain. It is funny to me, though. This does remind you a little bit of both the Void, but also the what's it called? Like Pandemonium appearing in the Ethereal Sea. Why is it so closely related in how it looks? Maybe that's just coincidence, or maybe they went for that for some reason. Okay, sorry buddies, but I have to check one thing real quick. Whoa, whoa, what kind of gear does my ninja have currently? Dragoon. Where is it? There we go, 530. So I'm gonna greet on these. There we go. Sorry everybody, but I had to check that.
Summon your courage and press on.
It's all but certain that Halone awaits. There we go. My guardian deity. We're gonna fight next. Which also makes me wonder, the way they portrayed this in the trailer, they also, they actually went for it looking a bit like the 13th. So, but I guess it really just was, well, not coincidence, but, you know, just for effect, not really any particular meaning behind it. I wonder. I don't know what does that in the background mean? Why are there 2 moons?
I, the Fury, shall test your strength of spirit.
She looks cool. Rain of Spears. Okay, that's the right way. Does it just hit multiple times?
All piercing spear drink deep of raging blizzards.
Oh, okay. So in, then left, then out.
You must be prepared for rendering your
Ah, okay, I get it. Okay. So she does 2 things at the same time. Cool. She shows it like one at a time, but then executes on it. Okay. Well, it's kind of easy to figure out though, because you just wait for the first thing and then... Oh no, wait, never mind. Okay, I was wrong on that. Okay, okay. So she does in fact actually... Oh, oops. Well, I'm in the wrong stack. She does in fact, what's the word? Do it one at a time. For some reason it just looked like she didn't do that, or that she, you know.
You must do better than that against me.
Wow. She's going kind of crazy, isn't she? Now she's doing it the other way around? But yeah, the ice pod, I love memory mechanics. I always love memory mechanics, so that's really awesome. That's a part here. Locust, I think she hasn't done yet. Oh. Oh boy. She also has a ton of persistent effects, it looks like. A ton of things that just, you know, stay around and linger for a while. Oh, this one I think I know.
Only victory or defeat.
Seriously? Okay. So you need to be careful on how you run out then. It was a bit unlucky that I summoned an Ifrit right when that happened. Oh yeah, you need to run out as soon as the AoE disappears, I guess, and make sure not to be hit by the AoE from the middle of the arena.
Seized with one's own hands.
Okay. Ad phase? Looks like it. Glacial Spear. What are these AoE indicators? What the fuck? How cool! What the hell? I want to have a fucking Savage version of this. So it requires every party to go to one place? Ah, okay, so she freezes everything outside of those spears, and then there's like a big one in the middle that I suppose you can only really hit if you killed the other 3? This looks awesome, right? Because people are naturally gonna just assume they're like a proper spread position for this, which is super funny. Okay, I don't think we're gonna be making this DPS check. The Fury's Frost. So you can always just start on the edge that it doesn't turn towards. It's always going to be safe.
unyielding.
Yeah, so once the
Now
spear is dead, it removes eyes on that part of the arena, I think.
mine is the Egypt.
But the animation of this is incredible. Look at this! Boom! Everybody dead. I think I chose the right guardian deity. This is crazy good. I can't get over how good this is. I need to remember though, so I'm in an Alliance C, meaning that I probably want to go over to that top right spear. And also go to the top right whenever she does the stack thing that happened previously. Those need to be sorted by alliances, I would presume.
I, the Fury, shall test your strength.
Oh yeah, by the way, I just noticed, in terms of the, what's it called? In terms of the new AoE, or not AoE, the party list debuffs and buffs and timers and whatnot, those supposedly somehow, you know, doing something to performance. I don't think that's really...
For glory, you must be prepared to
Okay,
render
now she
your
does.
all.
And now we're gonna be... Oh, shit. Yeah, I definitely need to learn the timing of that. It's actually a really easy attack, so to speak, but... Outside first. Yeah, you can... You essentially just want to move to whatever happens, right? It'll automatically mean that everything is resolved properly. Spears 3. Another cool name for a mechanic.
You must do better than that against me.
This one I don't entirely understand. I guess it's just, you know, learn to read the indicator? Because it's just a half-room cleave. And that's pretty much it. I mean, don't get me wrong, it looks really cool. No, it's not that special in terms of its effect, I suppose. I wonder if this mechanic will come back later on, but with like being on all sides but with different timings. Most likely, huh? Oh, fuck.
There is no retreat, only victory or defeat.
Okay. There we go. Did it correctly this time around. Oh. It doesn't even really deal damage when you feel far away.
Victory
Pick that guy up.
must be seized with one's own hand.
I do wonder, well, technically we should be able to help the other parties, right? Oh yeah, what actually happens if everybody would go to one? I guess it, yeah, would fuck everything up, right? There's the big one. Alright, yeah, so you can basically just go here and it would work out. Oh, we can't actually hit those. Ah, all right, I get it. So if your party's finished with the spear, you can hit the one in the middle already. That's such a cool effect. It's a kind of a funny little unique spin on... And then, oh, once the middle one's gone, then you can help the others.
Now rest.
Heal!
Mine is the easiest.
It's, you know, just a small change to a mechanic that has appeared, you know, quite a number of times in Alliance raids so far. But it's certainly a thing that, you know, immediately just adds more excitement to the whole thing. Just makes it different. I like that.
Oh, would that our clash could continue.
All right, let's see if you have something else going on. Does she repeat this now, or ah, there we go. I knew that she was gonna do something else here. That's why that's so weird at first, or why it feels like there's something missing to that mechanic, because it comes back in this particular combination. That makes more sense now. Have Ifrit summoned in again.
Only victory or defeat.
I don't know how much fun this would be on a melee, though. To be completely honest. Wait, what's she doing? Oh. Oh god. Holy shit. Okay. I did not even realize she was going to do that again. Or rather that she would follow it up with something. She did it 5 times that time around, right? So it's not as simple as I thought it was going to be at first. Those stacks are brutal. Honestly, this Alliance raid is a lot more punishing than the first one. Because there's a bunch of stacks, right? And if a ton of people are dead, you simply won't survive those, right? Whereas if it's just AoEs and stuff to dodge, you can always have a person sort of survive those.
All piercing spear drink deep of raging blizzards.
And then she also has quite a few AoEs going on.
You must be prepared to render your
Wait, now it was only 4 though. Or did I just miscount the last time? Huh. You always just need to be very, very careful not to move too early with that. Something about it just makes me want to move very, very early. Instead of waiting for the effects to actually go off. Do her thrust
You
again.
must be better than that against me. There is no retreat, only victory.
This time around, I did not have Ifrit summon, although I guess it would have happened if I wouldn't have been dead, maybe. I think our tank might have wanted to keep up time there. I absolutely love that this is a multi-hit Great White. Always a big fan of those. Just for the spectacle.
Your next test awaits.
Always just feels, I don't know, multi-hit stuff, specifically this light, it seems to beckon. Oh, every alliance taking another. Oh, this looks so beautiful. Holy shit. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the multi-hit rate whites always just feel way more impactful. What the fuck? Is that who we're going to be fighting? Who is that? Guy with the 4 swords there. Wait, is Helone astral or umbral? Or was that her? And Fina, the lover. Well, she definitely has this ghost look. She would be the umbral aspect outside of it, I guess. And there's the music. So the whole bit with the different sort of surf avenues is literally just for effect. Oh, wait, we have to enter. Who are the guys on the... why do I think that those guys are gonna come alive? And I feel like the green crystals are gonna be part of this as well. The brown check pattern does remind me a little bit of, not DSR, DRS, Delubrum Reginae. You know, the Shadowbringers Relic area. Blue Moon.
Behold my power!
The moon forms at Infina's command. Okay, do we, like... Oh, okay. Just shoots through the middle when it fills.
Lest you worry, 'tis naught I cannot handle.
Midnight Frost, it's probably gonna hit there. God, I'm such a huge fan of the cool indicators they always do for alliance raids nowadays. It's just so much more interesting. You know, as much as I appreciate making, you know, attack indicators more, you know, consistent across content, like, sure, that makes sense, but it also takes away a lot of the uniqueness and just the coolness that these effects can have.
Have mercy upon them.
Winter Hail. Oh, do we need to move in for that? I guess so. Well, that was annoying. Why did she have to move back that far? Oh, what the? Wait. Don't we need to move here? Yeah. I was gonna say. Another one of these incredibly awesome... So it just... The mechanic automatically just makes sense by what you've seen before, right? Very, very nice. Also, I'm just noticing so many cool sort of side effects of the whole actually being able to see debuffs in your party list, because now you can actually see if people still have, or for how long somebody would still have, what was that? A, what's it called? A damage up and things like that, right? I feel like it makes sense to be able to see that. Alright. So far, so good.
Love moves me to act.
Rise of the Twin Moons.
It
looks cute.
Simple things.
Oh, wait, what? Doesn't he do something? Okay. That was an accident that I stood on the correct side there. I did not realize that the puppy was doing something to the left or right. Okay, that is going to charge. Oh, okay. That's where the cleave came from. I still don't know Why left or right? Well, anyways, it worked out. I have to say, I like the music, don't get me wrong, but it feels weirdly upbeat for this. Yeah, once again, did that completely on accident. I think he is, like, literally pulling out his claws to one side, and I just didn't notice where that was. Winter solstice. I like the whole moon-sun theme going on here. Oh my god! Oh, I didn't even realize the ground was... We're moving in and then... Okay. Wow.
You're always
Well, at least I didn't die.
my love.
And I was too late for that. Sorry. This is a very extendable... Is it even an ads phase, or is it just the actual fight? I wonder about the snapshot of that. Silver mirror. What was that? Or is it just the... Yeah, there is an indicator there for whether or not the wolf hits to the right or left. It's just not immediately clear, but that's mostly also due to the simple fact that, well, it's very hard to see anything in the arena in general. Oh yeah, now I see it. All right, he has like a blue claw. Next to him.
Pray accept this, my darling.
Luna's kiss. That's the tank buster. I mean, the music's very cool. Just makes you happy for some reason. Which I guess, in that regard, it does fit because, you know, she's not supposed to be like somebody who, you know, oppresses us or anything like that. Does he have a claw? What's Blue Moon? I think that's just the raid way, right? Yeah, this might be the end of the fight here. Yeah. In terms of length, I don't think there's gonna be anything that follows. You know, visually quite interesting. Divine Revelry. In terms of mechanics, I would say the second fight's probably the most exciting.
Dreams may
But the third one was also really, really cool.
Thank you.
The dreams might become reality? What's that supposed to mean? Never mind then. I guess the statues at the side of the room didn't play a role at all. I wonder why they're there. I guess it depends on what kind of castle they froze to begin with. Anyways, love the raid. I'm actually incredibly excited to... Oh yeah, there we go. That's a new play accommodation window. Let's commend the tank. I think they did do quite a good job. Maybe. At least they didn't release that first time around. Wind up Polone. For those who like it icy cold. Considering that she is my guardian deity, would be funny to, you know... Oh yeah, I can't roll on these. This dropped twice. Oh, never mind. I actually wish that it wouldn't have that additional blue veil there at the back. As cool as it looks... The fuck is that? Oh, I guess. As cool as it looks, it's, yeah, I don't know. I think it would be better without it. There is a snowman behind the window. Why? Looks cute though. Is there another one? There is, but he looks in a different direction for some reason. Okay. Very interesting. And that's the coin. Let's move this up here, honestly. And let's put the coin next to the other one. Even though I'm going to be exchanging them either way in a bit here, but well, whatever. It was an incredibly fun raid. Very, very cool. The final battle was somewhat underwhelming. I thought that I could have maybe used one or two other cool effects or something. But other than that, I'm absolutely blown away by this. You know what? As much as I appreciated how much of a difficulty they did introduce back in Stormblood into these alliance raids, I think here they've definitely found sort of the right in between in terms of pacing these fights really well, making them exciting, yet at the same time not too punishing, right? Or maybe not too punishing isn't the right word, because they can be quite punishing, but rather, you know, not too difficult, I suppose, not too challenging. It's a pretty cool sort of middle ground, I think. As much as I would personally like them to introduce more stuff, I think it's pretty awesome because, yeah, because of the different indicators that are really well executed, because of the surroundings, just overall the spectacle of this is phenomenal. And certainly a step up from what they did back in Stormblood. Just that, yeah, in terms of mechanics, I still think that the Stormblood Alliance raids are kind of the king. But it's fine either way. You're both safe, thank goodness. You have the data then. Wonderful, wonderful. I don't suppose I could do the honors and replace the transcriber cartridge. I've always wanted to take a closer look. Take care removing it now. We don't want anything to happen to the data. Carefully does it. Come to me, O knowledge divine, come to me. What is that? Ah! Hello there. Oh. It's all right. The cartridge is safe. I liked her little wink. That was cute. Makes her look a lot less scary. Not that she looked particularly scary, but yeah, kind of a ghostly thing, right? Let's finish the task before there are any more surprises. Is Menfina just there watching us? She's just hovering above us? Oh, everybody's here. Honestly, their designs truly are incredible. I kind of hope they're not, although I will... Something makes me wish that these guys would be more involved in the story going forward. I don't think they will be, but... I honestly, whatever becomes of this, right? Whatever this turns out to be, whatever they want, whatever they're setting up, I don't know. I would like to eventually, though, just what they did with Crystal Tower becoming hugely important for Shadowbringers. Something about this. And I think it also has a lot to do with the fact that the 12 have just been... They've never really been at the forefront of anything. They've never been a centerpiece of any story that has been told so far. This is the first time that we actually do see them. Yet, I also want them, since we've already heard about them, since they've been a thing for so long, and they've always kind of been there, it just makes me wish that they're going to be more involved going forward. And not just be done with once this quest series is over. Specifically because of their design as well. I mean, that doesn't mean that other, you know, if we do go back to the Stormblood Alliance raid bosses, they were designed in a pretty cool way as well. But, yeah, I don't know. Something about this just makes me wish that they would appear more often. Maybe not even in the main story, but just moving forward in general, it would be cool if they somehow... Because they are the guardian deities of a lot of different places, right? So it would make sense if they, once we know them, would come and, you know, talk to us. Although then again, I now realize that they're probably going to be using their animal avatars for that, which... they look so cool, man. I want to talk to them in this form. You have our gratitude for bringing us closer to achieving our dream. Yeah, can you be more specific about that? Oh, Althig, must you always be so formal? Although he has trouble expressing it, I assure you, my brother is absolutely giddy with joy. Right, so they are brother and sister, but aren't some of them also, like, lovers? I don't remember who is together with whom, though. That's a bit of a different... sorry, to talk to someone real quick. Yeah, I don't remember who's together with whom. I could whip up my Encyclopedia Eorzea, but that's over there. Never mind. I'll figure it out. I've read that page like 3 times now, and I still don't remember who's together with whom. Anyways. Why are you here, Nothika? Have you not sufficiently amused yourself with the mortals? Man, I like Helona's design, holy fuck. So she looks kinda, you know, very much how you would expect, like... Okay, I don't know if people are gonna, like, flog me for that or anything, but her design somewhat reminds me of, what's her name? Saber in the Fate series. And what I was going to say is, her design is, like, it's not overly special, right? It's kind of what you expect, almost. Yet, also just distinctly kind of unique and, well, certainly very beautiful. Don't know, big fan. Not nearly. I would talk to them some more. talk to us. We want to know what's up. Nafika promised you the key to deciphering the monument, did she not? Yes, that is correct. Then you would do well to hold in your minds that which harbors information. Come now, brother. You need to speak plainer than that. To clarify, we shall create the objects you need, but your assistance is required to give them form. Worry not. Appearance has no effect on function. Just try and imagine that which, in your minds, is used to hold information. Well, how are you employing creation magics? Is that what's happening here, or... This just seems so distinctly different from anything else we've done so far, yet also has to connect to everything else, right? So... That's kind of nice. Okay, that... I love the callback to that every single time. It's such a simple joke, but it always gets me. Okay, that's beautiful. Everybody imagines a book. Derek imagines a map, because he's like an explorer or something, and we imagine a tombstone, since that's what we're most familiar with. There, these instruments shall be useful in your quest. Across Eorzea lie eternal stones that hold the information required to complete the words of the monument. You know what would be incredible? If they somehow suddenly say, hey, by the way, all those tombstones that you've collected over 10 years, now we're actually going to extract their information. But to be fair, it doesn't really make that much sense because those tombstones were created by the Elegants, and at least as far as we know, the 12 have been around way, way earlier than those guys. So, unless the Elegants did record a lot of information on them for some reason. By holding an instrument out to a stone, it will take that information unto itself. We scattered these stones across the realm that mortals would not uncover our secrets. Of late, however, it would seem you have found alternate uses for them as objects of worship. Are you telling me they're actually talking about the tombstones? What are they talking about? Could they be the marks of the 12? They are, aren't they? Oh, to think that they harbored information on the gods. Those things are just stones, unless they contain something. It seems we have our next destinations. Aside from the 3 city-states, I believe the marks are located in Coerthis and Ordona. I propose we split up, the quicker to finish the task. I wish to come too. Whatever suits your fancy. I just realized the cool, like, crystal icy wing she has on her back is the same one that turned into, like, this icy claw that the wolf had. Really awesome. No, Menfina. It would not do to burden these children so. After all this time, we finally have the chance to speak with mortals, to learn about them from up close. And we're not like to have another. You won't? How can you be so certain about that? And wouldn't you have been able to just talk to us all the time? Unless something we did released them or something. I mean, But they were there before, right? I mean, that is what we found out the first time around, is that they're statues, and the reason why we know what they look like is because people have already seen them. So wouldn't they have been able to talk to humans all this time, unless for some reason they didn't want to or chose not to? I must say, I share Minfina's view. Even you, Halone. I'd like to learn about you too, and I believe I speak for all of us. By all means, let us travel together. Music to my ears. We shall watch over you and see that you safely reach your destinations. Without further ado, then. Not so fast. Ha! Did you think you could go frolicking without us? The others have our domain well in hand, so we are coming too. Meerkat with Azama's voice. Azama turned into... Okay. Okay, as much as I appreciate them turning into very cute little animals and stuff... Yeah. I mean, I realized that they wouldn't be able to come with us in their actual forms. I get that. But sometimes I wish they would, you know, turn down the cutesy factor a little bit. I don't know. That's just me, though. I don't mind it, actually. It's just... The alternative, I think, would just be more intriguing. Well, anyways. Well, now, far be it from us to stop you. Let us assume our disguises, too, and then each choose a mortal to accompany. I like the little mummy. Please, let it be something inconspicuous. Yeah, actually, both the Spriggan and the little mummy aren't really that great for hiding, are they? I mean, the animals, sure, but the others? Oh boy. Who's who, though? I believe my destination is Thanalin. Then it's Lanosha for Raha, the 12th wood for Kryl. And last but not least, Mordona and Coerthus for Derek and Hugh. Who is the rabbit, by the way? Is that Althic or... Will you be alright, Kryl? I shall be fine. You needn't worry. Wait, we're just leaving that Charlie and Device standing around here? Okay. Sure. Wait, so... Lightning and fire was what we did first. And this time around we did ice and earth. That doesn't fit entirely though, right? Since we fought 5 of them? Huh. Certainly a bit of a strange setup, but I get why they're doing it. Oh wait, that's Minfina. I thought she was going to be that weird plant thing that that followed Kryl. And the little Fenrir is Halone, not... Oh wait, no. Minfina's the last one, not God. Actually confusing them with one another. Yeah, why would she be a rabbit?
Never before have I traveled with mortals. Ha! Such fun this will be. Others will remain to keep watch over our domain. You needn't worry on our account.
Yeah, I mean, 3 of you guys are still here technically, I guess. Unless we don't know about a 13th one? We abided by the gods' selections, but why do you suppose the 2 of us were grouped together?
Why? Because you make the most intriguing pair. The gods-felling hero and the world-faring explorer. I shall relish the chance to learn about both of you.
I mean, to be fair though, it's just too cute, right? You can't help but like this.
Now then, the others have already set forth, so let us do the same. Aside from our own mark, I believe we'll find those of Thaliak and Taloni and Mordona and Carithus.
Ook, ook. Okay. Maybe it's just me. I had a thought. Do you think that maybe somehow this baby Oppo Oppo contains like a 13th god that we don't know about yet? That can't be a coincidence why he has a little creature with him as well. Unless they're just using that for storytelling purposes somehow. There has to be a reason why they gave him like a little creature and all the deities also turn into one.
Oh my, what an adorable creature. Delighted to meet you, little one.
Seems to want to join us too. What an unusual company this has become. The gods truly know no inhibition. Forgive me. We couldn't have anticipated this turn of events. Just like last time though, I do expect to more or less mainly learn about their specific stones, right? I don't think that we're necessarily going to learn about I guess the bigger picture at this point. Anyways, before we continue, I'm going to take a very quick break because I need to drink something. Be right back. There's my mouse. There we go. Alrighty. I had a very little snack as well. Have I mentioned that I love this music? Just a couple 100 times, I think. I like how it has the beginning parts of the Final Fantasy prelude in there as well. Alright, this spirit bonded. This spirit bonded. Ah, shit. Yeah, resizing everything is going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass. Maybe off-screen, off-stream rather. I'll be going for. I mean, I could just default resize every window and resize the ones that I just. The problem is, it not only resizes every window, it resizes literally your HUD as well. At least as far as I know. Well, anyways.
Minfina is winsome, is she not? We all think of her as our youngest sister.
Ok, ok. Ah, my fault, the self-indulgent things. In heavenly company. Well, I certainly do know that location. Once again, somehow they managed to bring back Horshavan into this. Minfina is fairly bouncing up and down in her eagerness to set forth.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's seek out the marks at once.
Yes, yes. No need to be so hasty. Shall we then? The nearest mark is Thaliax, just outside in Mordona. If memory serves, it overlooks the lake at a place called Rathafrost. Yeah, we've been there quite a number of times as well. Which is honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, for the people who maybe haven't paid that close attention to the 12 and their seals and their, meaning in the grand scheme of things, you still would have visited most of their places. For one reason or another. I think the main quest actually, brought you to most of them quite a few times. I'm pretty sure. And this one specifically played a part in a number of quests. This was where we, had sort of the... where we remembered Moonbreeder. Now then, we're to hold out an instrument to the stone. Would you care to do the honors here? Okay. Another question that popped into my mind just now. They're saying that they, placed their stones, their wisdom, or the information that they wanted to pass on to us within these symbols across Eorzea. But as I already mentioned a couple of times, as far as we know, the 12 have existed ever since... well, we don't know how long, but definitely throughout the eras. The Astral and Umbral eras, as far as we know. But we also know that the world has undergone significant changes every single time a calamity happened. So, how the heck are these symbols still around? Or do they somehow magically pop up again every single time? Maybe somehow the 12 are able to keep them, on the surface, even if the calamity destroys large parts of the country? I feel like that also needs to be answered at some point. So we're just gonna hold up our weird tombstone to it. The instrument vibrates rapidly. 'Tis done. The information held in the stone has been etched. What? As Althig said, these stones are eternal. No matter the shape or location, their nature is unchanging. Okay. Well, yeah, that makes sense, right? So the stone the symbol is etched onto, that thing's eternal and, as far as we can tell, cannot be destroyed or altered, I would presume. It could still be buried, though. Weird.
Together with the monument in the obelisk, they have remained the same since time immemorial.
Yeah, when you say that, what time specifically are we talking about here? Because our, our perception of time has drastically changed, I would say, ever since we found out about the ancients. Because, well, back in the day, right, back when we still didn't really know about the ancients at all, about the true nature of the Ascians and everything of that, about that stuff. Not even about the reflections and the source. They made it seem as if sort of the beginning of time was when the first astral era started, more or less, right? And then we had the calamities and so on and so forth and the different area. Well, it started with the first umbral calamity, right? Rather, the first umbral era, I think. So when they say immemorial, what does that mean? Does it mean since the ancients, or were these guys around even before that? Because that would be kind of crazy. And then, why did... Because Emmett Selk fairly frequently referred to them as your 12. Right, well, I'm saying fairly frequently, I think he did that like twice, but he referred to them as your 12. As if they were somehow connected to our version of the world? I mean, yeah, that could mean literally anything and nothing, right? Everything and nothing. 'Twas the love that men bear for us, and we for the star that compelled us to create the monument and the stones. And though men do not know the truth of the stones, they offer them prayer. The love of men for you, but why? Why did they start that? This act is a manifestation of your bond with us, while the stones are a manifestation of our bond with the star. And so, by praying to the stones, you effectively cultivate a bond between yourselves and us and the star. Delightful, is it not? Right. I mean, it sounds great, don't get me wrong. I just fail to really understand the true nature of them, I guess. Though we appreciate your eagerness to talk, perhaps we should save some conversation for the destinations to come. Wait, what though? Don't cut them short. I want to know about these things. If we linger too long in any one place, we are liable to be late to reconvene with the others. Well, that is maybe true. And let us make for the central highlands of Coerthas. Within the Fury's gaze, my own mark awaits. The thing that's most intriguing to me in this particular case is that I almost feel like they're trying to make this seem simple on purpose. Right? And what I mean by that is, because this, it kind of has to go very, very deep into, you know, the whole bit about the creation of the planet, possibly, of our world. I mean, I feel like there's some sort of really, really deep layer of lore there that we just haven't really gotten to, right? And I almost feel like they're playing it off as if it's not that deep, right? They're making it seem like, oh, you know, these are just these fabled god creatures, and yeah, sure, they're eternal beings and whatnot, but somewhere behind that, I feel like there has to be a deeper explanation and a deeper connection to everything that we've seen and uncovered in this game so far. And I just... yeah, I just wonder how and when they're gonna unveil that and what it will be. By the way, I don't think I've ever really consciously looked at the Garlean ship that is, like, flown into the mountainside here. Or the fact that there is a Garlean outpost back there that you can see. Is that supposed to be the one in Gridania? Maybe? It wouldn't be so close though, right? Didn't even really know you were allowed to fly so high in Coerthus for some reason. Still probably one of my favorite zones here. What's this? It's inside the cave, right? Oh! Quite a few people around this place. Wait, where exactly is the symbol, though? It's up there, right? And we also have these plasmoids here. Yeah, so the one thing that would explain my earlier question, or the thing that maybe they've gone for here, is that, I mean, look at this cave. What if this cave isn't entirely natural? So what if, let's presume that, you know, a calamity would mean that one of these eternal stones got somehow, you know, buried beneath the earth, or beneath snow, what have you. I wonder if somehow the 12 would have come up with the means of still navigating people towards it, right? Or creating, maybe somehow they were able to create a cave or of some sort, or, you know, influence the environment in a way that would still keep these stones available to everybody. I do wish they would have given them a bit of a graphical update now that we're actually engaging with them, but I guess we're gonna get that in 7.0. Maybe. There it is, the mark of the Fury. It wouldn't do to burden you constantly. I shall extract the information this time. Wait, I thought you also had to, since you have the other device, in that case your map. Looking back, Alona, you've grown noticeably more imposing this past millennium. There are also more statues in the Heaven of Ice. Ooh, but an idea occurs to me. This time I want you to share what you know about the worship of Helone. I dare say it will be interesting to hear what mankind thinks of her from your perspective. You often hear Helone's name invoked in battle. The church is returning to its roots and moves to separate itself from the state. The Ishgardian Orthodox Church is the heart of faith in the Fury. I feel like the second answer kind of demands a lot of context. Then again, I do wonder, are the 12 not really watching, or... Yeah, so many questions still unanswered. I mean, I think disregarding never mind. The comment that Menfina just made, do you think that somehow this, because she just mentioned this past millennia, more statues have appeared. Which makes me wonder if maybe that realm, that heaven of ice, do you think it would have been influenced by the Ishgardians trying to fight the dragons, right? And if they frequently prayed to Halone, would they have maybe influenced her realm? And that's why it looks more sort of warrior-like? Because it's, you know, it has been influenced over 1,000 years by the Dragon Song War? Anyways, what I was going to say is that, you know, completely separate from the fact of what's happening in Ishgard and with the church and how it does indeed try to separate itself from the state, it does remain the heart of the faith and the fury, pretty much. So let's go with that. Ah, yes. The prayers of the people are fervent indeed, and through the church they evolved. A change I felt with my very being. Well, how very fascinating. It is a fine thing indeed to hear directly from mortals. Once again asking, why didn't you do that before? Still, as much as Halone loves her children, I troubled her to see them at war with the dragons, to see those who share this star spill each other's blood. So you do watch? As you should well know, Menfina, it isn't our place to judge the faith of mortals. Why? Even when we lend them our aid, we must refrain from intervening in their affairs. Why? I want to know! Lest there be any doubt, mankind's faith in us is mankind's alone. By your prayers, our forms are become that which they need to be. Isn't that what a primal is, though? How are you not primals, then? I guess they're more eternal? So many questions, no answers. Apologies for the wait. Acquired the information, have you? Excellent. Let us proceed to the next mark. Mine. As I recall, it lies near the Steel Vigil, by the cliff west of the entrance. Follow me. I still simply don't know what to make of this. I have no idea what they're about, why they exist, why we pray to them, how it has, you know, kind of remained seemingly consistent over a very long period of time, yet also, I absolutely no idea. I don't get it. I wonder if I'm maybe lacking some context in some regard, but I really don't think so. Oh, well, suddenly I can fly no higher? I feel like I was higher before, but alright. Yeah, I seriously don't know what to make of this. I feel like... What do I feel like? It's honestly difficult to say. Well, now, aren't we quick?
My mark lies just ahead. Let's wait for the others and then continue together. Oh. Oh, look, someone's praying. How delightful to see one of my faithful children.
Yeah, I don't think they're... Or are they? They are. O benevolent goddess, grant me deliverance, I beseech you. Save my soul. You're the one who is hunting down the lamps of Dalamut. I'm trying to remember who that was. I knew it. Knew you wouldn't stop till you've dealt with every last one of us. And now you've come for me. Ah, to think that this is her will. Weren't they... Oh boy. I feel like that was like one really, really small side quest, not side quest, but very small part of the main quest in this area, maybe? The lamps of Dalamut. They are the cult that appeared prior to the Seventh Umbra Calamity, are they not? In the name of their faith, they abducted and sacrificed innocent souls and did not fear death. Oh, maybe I'm also... Well, they were definitely mentioned in some quests here, I'm pretty certain. But I guess then the main... Were they the cult that was influenced by Bahamut himself? Through the White Raven? Meaning Niall Vandanis? Committed no crimes, I swear it. And Fina as my witness. Well, we can just ask her. In the beginning, we simply prayed to the twin moons. Dalamut to one day shepherd our souls to the bosom of his mistress. But it all changed when Dalamut began turning red. More and more of us began believing that he was our savior, that we must prove our loyalty with our lives, else we would suffer eternal damnation. So that's how your group took on its fanatical ways. It came to be branded a dangerous cult. And at some point I assume you were tasked with hunting them down. Yeah, I think that was it, wasn't it? That we at some point had to hunt down the remains of their cult. I used to be a merchant in Roldar, but timid as I am, I struggled to survive in that cutthroat world. That's why I turned to Menfina. I wanted to bask in her gentle acceptance and gain courage from her strong and faithful hound. They were my solace, the only way I could be at peace with myself. But they took it from me. My fellows who committed those horrible deeds, and those who reviled me as one of them. I took it away. You're strong, aren't you? Grant me deliverance, I beg you. Judge me and show me the way. Just can't bear it anymore. What good is a god I can't see? Who won't grant me a thimble of succor, no matter how much I pray? You mustn't seek in men what you seek in gods. Strong as he is but a mortal. Like you, he is made of flesh and blood, and possessed of his own will. Nothing more, nothing less. It avails you not to raise others up while belittling yourself. You are your own person, with a path of your own to walk. Even should you be taken by despair, but you are here now makes you no different from this man. So believe me when I say all will be well. Keep your faith in Menfina. Believe in her love and grace, and you will surely learn to love others as well as yourself. Please forgive me for my unseemly outburst. I had been feeling lost. All my anguish came spilling out. It was Menfina herself who brought you here, I'm certain of it. To encourage and guide me. Taking your words to heart, I'll try searching for a new path. It is quite funny. Well, funny. Well, in this context it's not funny, but it's just so strange to suddenly see him say, you know, it was Menfina herself who brought you here. Because that's a sentence that has been ushered quite a lot in this game. Not with Menfina particularly, but with other gods, other beings, other things. And for the first time, it is literally true. Since Menfina is sitting right next to us. Should you feel lost again, take to the road, see what is out there. Learn how others live and think, and you're bound to find your way. I also find it doubly interesting because this is kind of what religion is supposed to be. And I know this is a very, you know, deep discussion, but, you know, the Bible and other texts that have been written, this is sort of on a meta level what they're trying to tell, right? Is this idea that, well, you know, it doesn't really matter in the end if you believe in something, or if a god exists or not, or any of those things, really, right? It doesn't even matter if you believe in the very religion of which you might read the very text you're trying to take something out of, right? It's just that if everybody together kind of adheres by certain ideas, or ideals rather, right? It's not even that everybody has to have the same faith. It's more this idea of our idea of morale, our idea of ideals, right? The ideals that a community or we as humans share. If everybody does share them, then scenes like this can truly happen, right? Not because of some, you know, god that we can't see, but rather because they just so happen, because one person is going to care for another one, right? And through that, everybody's lives will be enhanced if we, you know, pay attention to one another and listen to one another. That is what religion is typically trying to tell. And sadly, it has been, you know, redirected into this weird, oh, we have to believe in a god or something, right? Even though that's just it's just a tool, right? No matter how weird that sounds, but the god or gods that religions talk about, they're just a tool to bring what truly matters together, which is people with the same ideals and the same sort of commitment to life, I guess. And sadly, that kind of meta purpose of the whole thing has been, well, I wouldn't necessarily say lost. I don't think it's lost. I just think that a lot of people are completely misunderstanding the point of it, right? Yeah, it's a bit sad. But funny to see in this context since, well, the god he so desperately wants to meet is just simply sitting next to him as a cute rabbit. Blessings be upon you on the road ahead, dear child. Did you say something? Well, one of us did. I don't think it was one of the two people you can actually see, though. God, I can't wait for where this is going. I want to know. Because... Oh, hello. Well, he's here to pray to Horshavan. Because the thing is, right? They're making them be actual gods. Kind of what the 12 are thought of, right? I just don't, you know, I just don't believe that that's the entire story. I very much think that there is some hidden layer still that we just can't know about. The child will be fine, I'm certain of it. Well, yeah, now... Unsolicited though it was, I don't regret saying those words to him. He needed to hear them. But come, this time it's your turn to extract the information. Ishgard looks beautiful at night here, with the snow and everything. Forgive me if you have caused you trouble. Nah. I'm relieved to know that. You truly are strong, in body and spirit both. Far be it from me to ask this of you, but please do not hold that against that child. We do not wish for our existence to bring grief to our children. Yet no matter which faith, we are who we are because of those who believe in us. My hound is no exception. He was born when men came to worship the object their ancestors cast onto the heavens. We are not all-powerful, can't grant all of mankind's wishes. Nonetheless, we always hear you. No hope is too small, no prayer too faint. I just wanted to make that clear, lest you forget we love mankind dearly. But why? I mean, don't get me wrong, I find it very heartwarming that you think that way, but why? Why do you do that? Why do you exist? Why is that a thing?
Suffice it to say, we love you too.
Oh, thanks.
Among us 12, Medfina is the most approachable to mortal kind. It is one of her positive traits.
Divine non-intervention. So I guess they'll... Well, they're certainly trying to explain why we haven't really seen much of them at all. Even though they did help us a couple of times in major ways already. I mean, I don't have anything against them, you know, not intervening for the most part. It's just, why? Where the hell do they come from? Why would there be this heavenly realm? And if they are influenced by the prayers of people, isn't that what primals are or how they work? So I feel like, well, they said they aren't primals. Well, there is, however, you know, that might be true technically. But now that we've seen, I mean, so what the Loperids did with what we once knew as primals when we, you know, started our spaceship and tried to fly to Ultima Thule. The reason why that even worked is because we took the Mother Crystal and used that ether to turn it into actual creation magics employed by the Loperids, which then in turn created actual sort of proper variants of the gods that are prayed to by, you know, the various races and beast tribes and what have you of Eorzea and beyond. You know, that was not a primal, right? Primal being, I guess, an etheric being that exists because people are praying to it, but it exists in like a fleeting state, in an incomplete state, and in a state that can't really, that can neither be controlled, nor can it, or rather it you know, negatively influences everybody around it as well. Whereas the versions that the Loperids created are proper, but do you want to call them gods? Certainly ethereal beings that very much do look like what they, you know, what the races prayed to and looked at as gods, yet at the same time, do you see what I mean? Like, isn't that very, very similar to what these 12 are? Sort of, not primals, but in that sense, proper, quote-unquote, primals? Gods that have existed because people believe in them and are also influenced and changed by that faith and belief. But they were properly created through creation magic instead of being a fleeting thing that, you know, comes with all kinds of negative effects as well. But if that is indeed the case, were they created by Heidelin because she felt like people needed somebody to pray to? Did she foresee certain problems and wanted it to be, wanted to have some beings there that could overlook, you know, certain problematic things? I don't get it. How does this connect back to everything we know? I just can't see what the connection there is. And sadly, we'll have to wait another 8 months for that, right? For 6.5 to answer it, I guess. Anyways, let's see what this quest might answer, or if it just creates even more questions. With this, we have completed our task and may return to the Omphalos. But I can't help but think about Kryl. Grahatia seemed to be worried about her, did he not? It was as if something weighed on her mind. Though she is in the company of deities, I find myself worrying too. Yeah, that seems... I wonder why. Maybe Graha thought that... Because Kryl was the one that was used as a spokesperson for Heidelin, right? Heidelin used Kryl to talk to us. Makes me wonder if maybe Graha thinks that Kryl will once again somehow be... You know, just... what's the word? Negative... Well, yeah, influenced in some form? You could ask her directly. Yes, I suppose so. If there are no objections, let us seek out Kryl.
She has headed to the 12th Wood with Nofika and Berigot, yes. They are presently too far away for us to sense, but we should be able to locate them once in the forest.
I see. In that case, let us make for Gridania. Let's do that indeed. I mean, Kryl very often is, you know, very, very perceptive with these types of things. So I wonder if she's maybe asking herself those self-same questions. Trying to figure out, you know, if there is a connection between them and Heidelin.
For all his preference of solitude, Derek certainly seems concerned for the welfare of others. How very intriguing. As I understand it, mortals hold that Nofika and I are at odds. Like other details about us, you are free to believe what you wish.
Yeah. What am I to make of that sentence? The way she said it made it seem as if it's not entirely untrue, yet also definitely not true either. Maybe there's some truth to it, or maybe they had like a bit of a misunderstanding, or just a... Well, to be fair, right? Even though they are the 12, doesn't mean they have to agree on everything, right? So being at odds with one another, or rather disagreeing with one another, doesn't mean that you have to fight each other, or that you have to be angry at each other, right? So, here we are in Gridania. Can you sense Nofika and Berigot?
I do, but something is strange.
Indeed, they appear to be in different places.
Nofika is the nearer of the two and is quite close by. I should go and find her.
Well, she's at Nofika's altar, isn't she? Wait! You mustn't go off on your own. Why? There, confound it all. After her! Well, I guess they just went to their separate spots of worship? I mean... There she is.
Well now, I wasn't expecting to see you all here. Is what the matter?
You're supposed to be with Kryl and Berigot. Where are they? Oh wait, so it is her. Yeah. She looks, interesting. Was she even supposed to be? Is that some Japanese folklore thing? I don't know. So that's a nut, and she's like a weird plant angel? Okay.
Oh, we became separated while I was distracted listening to the elementals. The beings are the voice of those who call the wood home.
As I'm a patron of this land, they could not help but report to me. Which is another one of those questions that has never properly really been addressed. I mean, because the elementals, I would say, as far as we know, are definitely kind of one of the closest connections that we have to one of the 12. Which is also why this is literally called the 12's Wood. And then we have people like Connie Senna who are, it seems, very much in tune with the elementals. And then the elementals report back to Nofika. I don't know. I just can't seem to make sense of this. You gods can sense each other. Even should you become separated, shouldn't it be a simpler matter to find them again? Indeed. Would seem you're keeping something from us, Nofika. She looks like she's constantly thinking with her little arms like that. Oh, Haloni, there's simply no fooling you. Very well, I shall confess all. The child Kryl wanted to visit our stones alone, you see, to complete her task without us watching over her. We merely respected that wish. It seems like a very interesting demand from Kryl. With her abilities, I do not believe she is in any danger, but the warrior that he is, Biragot decided to follow after her discreetly. If this is her wish, then indeed we must abide by it. As for Biragot, yes, I sense him in the place men call the South Shroud. One of the stones is situated there, I believe near Camp Tranquil. Let's search that area for Biragot. If we find him, we should find Kryl as well. How very strange indeed. Divine non-intervention. Broken barrel? What was the barrel doing in the first place? You search the broken barrel, but find no god disguised as an adorable critter. Oh, it's just literally. I thought it had something to do with, but nope. Just a random object we need to search. You scour the undergrowth, but see no signs of Biragot. There must have simply been the wind. Are you kidding me? Seriously? I want to say Koji, but I don't even think it's only him at this point. Must have been the wind. So that's the stone that we're looking for. I never really thought about that before, but yeah, they are truly, you know, specifically separate stones. Like, noticeably so. Huh. Again, making me think that if parts of this are indeed connected to creation magic, isn't that eerily similar to the structures in the first? Before we went to the recreated Amarot, we saw the actual structures of the ancients, right? And they seemed almost like perfect stone. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm trying too hard to come up with the connection here, but... What brings you all here? I don't know what voices to give them when they're in their weird animal forms. We understand you've been following Cry. Where is she? Having acquired information from my stone, she now makes for all things. I keep my distance to avoid being seen and was about to continue on when you appeared. Althake's stone is her last destination, is it not? Let us all go and meet her there. If everyone so wishes, then very well. To hasten our passage, I shall call upon Master Ralga's servants to bear the mortals. Wait. Don't tell me we're taking eagles to the... Are we in Lord of the Rings now? What is that? The comment about the wind and now eagles are taking us to where we need to go? I'm gonna lose it if they'll call something Mount Doom in the future. It seems we have the use of these hawks. Let's see if we can spot Kral from above. That will bring our companions, so you needn't worry about them. Are you ready? Indeed I am. Oh, are we going to be getting a flying sequence? Ah, that's why. So that we can talk while it's happening. Go, my feathered friend. Fly like the wind. I absolutely love these sequences. I wish they would go back and actually introduce this kind of stuff to old quests. I know how difficult that would be, and it would kind of be a bummer. I must thank you. Talking to you helped me to find the resolve to seek out Krile. No signs of her here. Let's continue on to Althic's stone. But yeah, obviously, you know, as somebody who has gone through that when, you know, it would be kind of a shame. Technically, you could play through that again through New Game Plus, but that would be kind of a hassle. So yeah, I get that they're not doing it, but it would be awesome. There she is already. She certainly wasted no time. Love the ambience of the music here. It fits really well. It's kind of funny how this stone is in such a weird location, right? Well now, did you come all this way just to check on me? I've been on edge, worrying that I might stumble into Odin, so you gave me a bit of a fright. What is... That was a weird comment to make, wasn't it? Especially considering Odin's origin and Kryle's connection to the Isle of Val and Baldesion and White? Or was it just a reference to that without any sort of deeper meaning? Fuck, I'm starting to see things on every single simple corner. Anyways, Nofiko tells us that you wish to travel alone. What prompted you to send the gods away? It's difficult to explain. I suppose I wanted to seek the answers in my own way. As the gods told us, if we wish to know the truth, we must discover it for ourselves. In spite of this, they've seen fit to not only send us upon the right path, but accompany us besides. This bespeaks the faith that they have in man's spirit of inquiry, and it gives me heart. After all, 'tis the self-same spirit that defines the students of Baldesion. Like everyone, I want to uncover the truth of the 12, to know their aspirations and understand them. And having seen a dear friend embark on countless adventures, I've developed the desire to see and experience the world for myself. There are dangers out there, of course, but I wanted to prove that I could handle them and perform my task. I see. Indeed, as much as we can learn from others, there is no substitute for seeing with one's own eyes. Then in yours, I see the gleam of yearning for exploration and discovery. It reveals to me the love you bear for our star, and it makes me glad. Yeah, that was Now, with that Oppo at his side, don't you think Derek is maybe also a god that wants to see how we would try to understand them? What are we a comment to make? Well, what's this all of a sudden? It's embarrassing when you say such things with a straight face. Right then. If you're to acquire the information here, so I'll tend to it at once. Perhaps you'd like to wait for me at Quarry Mill? What a strange comment indeed. In this land, those voices raised in praise for Nofika are especially strong. Nofika and Birgit are all so kind, are they not? Okay. I guess they are. Let's wait for Kryl here. Nofika and Birgit are with her, so she will be fine. First the men at Menfina's Mark and now Kryl. In the course of traveling with you and yours, it seems I inevitably end up encroaching upon others' lives. Yeah, see? Isn't that... It's as if he doesn't want that, but we first thought that it was just sort of his nature, that he was a person who just, you know, has trouble being around others. But now it makes me think that somehow maybe a god decided to change his stance on non-intervention. And that's why he has trouble? Because he's constantly going back and forth in his mind whether or not this was the right decision. And how much he should influence us. Hi, yours as well. Though nothing binds you to me, you've followed me ever since I tended to your wounds. You're free to go anywhere, you know. A person's life belongs to that person alone. Others can't be expected to assume responsibility for it, and thus it is wrong to interfere. Alas, once I've glimpsed someone's heart, I find I can't avert my gaze. It truly is difficult to be amidst people. Yeah. It is, isn't it, if you're God, typically? The Secret of the 12. It doesn't take too long to extract the information. Kryl should be here any moment now. Apologies for the wait. With that, I've obtained information from all of my stones. You've taken care of yours already, yes? Thank you for worrying about me. Well, it's good to know that I can handle myself. I'm heartened to be doing this with you all. I owe you thanks as well, Birgit and Nofika, for accepting my request with good grace. Think not of it. You did well to see your task through, little one. Indeed. Come, come, let us all return to the Umphans. I do very much wonder, though, how much information they might be giving up here, considering that there's still going to be a next part of the series. That being said, maybe there's going to be some super cool, you know, hook to keep us interested for the last bit. Anyways, I'm going to take another very short break, and then we'll be getting back to whatever this means. Be right back. Oh, yeah. Alrighty. There we are. I think I need to make myself some tea later on. I don't know, I feel a bit under the weather, to be completely honest. Oh yeah, also, I just noticed. Do you see on my minimap? There's the new symbol for a deep dungeon on the map. That's pretty cool. I like that. I guess we have to go back to Mordona then, right? Oops, there we go. That's another one of those really, really awesome side effects that you get by placing new quests in these areas. Obviously, it's a bit of a short-lived effect, but no matter what, right? Sure, now there's insane crowds and everybody jumping in to do these quests now that the patches have released, or the patch has released. But you know, no matter what, there are going to be people who are gonna go towards Mordona here to do these quests, right? That's always going to happen. And I like that. It just means that even during endgame, people will still have a need to come back here and populate the area somewhat. It's really, really cool how they're definitely putting an emphasis on, you know, spreading new quests around instead of only placing them in new areas, which some games do that mistake, right? You took your time. Did something happen? Well, not happen per se. Ah, so you rendezvoused with Kryl. How was your experience with the gods, if I may ask? May ask? Not only did you help a disillusioned man find his way, you looked in on Kryl besides. Thank you. And you as well, Derek. I fear I overstepped my bounds, but what's done is done. We shall return to our sanctums. You have our gratitude for the delightful time. By holding your instruments out to the monument, you will be able to augment the missing information. Be well, dear children. Shall we then? Have we collected all the information? I guess so. I mean, it certainly glows very bright. Amazing. What was impossible to decipher is now crystal clear. Without further ado, I shall read out the epigraph. As beings who endure by the will of the star, We are susceptible to the influence of hopes and prayers. Thus do we commit our yokes herein, lest we stray from our purpose. Doesn't that very much sound like primals, though? Again, not necessarily the feeble sort of summoned-in version that of the likes of Ifrit, but, you know, something more tangible like Hydaelyn? He who is named Birgot shall preside over construction. His duty, to fortify the works of men and encourage them to build. He who is named Ralga shall preside over destruction. His duty, to galvanize the stars beating hard and facilitate mankind's regeneration. It's so cool. This is what I always love, and that's not specific to Final Fantasy, but I absolutely love it, and it's been a theme, I think, that has been creeping up more and more in Critical Role as well, if you're watching that, with the Betrayer Gods, who are also, in that universe, technically not necessarily devils. They kind of are, but their, I guess, original purpose wasn't. And it's very interesting here. I mean, obviously it's a completely different world with a completely different theme and idea behind this, but to have a god of destruction, yet it doesn't mean that everybody is dying. Instead, it means that, you know, he keeps the star alive. It means that, you know, things will always change and therefore be better in the future, right? She who is named Azema shall preside over the sun. Her duty, to nurture its life-giving light and illuminate the truth for all to see. He who is named Nalthal shall preside over the subterrane. His duty, to make gleam the riches hidden in the darkest depths and in men themselves. She who is named Nothika shall preside over fertility. Her duty, to fill the land with life and prepare a path of peace and plenty. He who is named Althic shall preside over space and time. His duty, to endow the star with material vigor, that mankind's march may never cease. She who is named Heloni shall preside over the glaciers. Her duty, to hold the melting ice at bay and imbue men with constancy and tranquility. She who is named Menfina shall preside over the moon. Her duty, to perpetuate the turning of night and day and foster love in the hearts of all. He who is named Thaliak shall preside over the rivers. His duty, to quench the thirst of men and water their minds with wisdom. She who is named Nemea shall preside over the stars. Her duty, to preserve the celestial fabric of the seasons and weave the threads of men's lives. She who is named Limlane shall preside over the seas. Her duty, to administer the tides and inspire men to come together as one and seek new horizons. He who is named Oshon shall preside over the mountains. His duty, to sustain the breath of the firmament and in wandering share in men's solitude. There we go. He who is unnamed shall watch unflinching. His duty, to stand guard over his charge, always and unto the end. Wow. Just got chills. Man. That, I mean, as I said, right, it was kind of obvious that Derek seems to be that one. But, oh man, so many more questions. So, a lot of this is your typical fantasy sort of god lore, I would think. Just that we now have a totally different context of how this world kind of interacts with this stuff, right? Because, again, why would there be somebody watching over the stars if the stars are their own planets with their own, you know, lives on it? How does that fit together? So I still can't absolutely have no idea if these beings existed before the time of the Ancients, or if they came into being because of the time of the Ancients, or maybe if Heidelin also created them for some reason. But that seems unlikely now, because at least some of their things seem so basic and fundamental that they must have been there all along. But then how would they have interacted with what the Ancients did, and creation magics, and the Sundering? There, the epigraph concludes. We've been given quite a lot to ponder. And it very much seems, I mean, that was more or less directly said, that the reason for why this epigraph exists, for why this is, you know, etched into these stones also that they put down on Eorzea, is so that they don't forget what their purpose is, even if men forget, right? Even if the people that are praying to them do so in a way that might influence them in a negative way, or in a way that doesn't coincide with what they originally were there for, they can always come back here and sort of make sure that they themselves are still on the right path, if you will. Our yokes lest we stray. Writings about the gods written by the gods themselves. This is utterly unprecedented. Curiouser and curiouser. It is indeed. Hopes and prayers influencing their nature. We've heard that before, haven't we? Have you any thoughts on the contents of the epigraph? The worship of Dalamut brought forth Menfina's hound. The prayers of her faithful made Haloni more imposing. Yeah, so it influences them. Are we going to talk about how likely, or how, you know, similar that is to primals, though? You mean to say that prayers have changed the 12 into their present forms? That is rather hard to believe. Why? What? Given what we now know of Dynamis, I believe it is entirely possible. In the presence of that energy, hopes and prayers have more tangible results than one might expect. Its power may be curbed upon our star, but over thousands of years of worship, it could have influenced the gods in various ways. Wait, did I even... I think I might have even talked about this when 6.1 released, but I'm fairly certain that at one point I speculated about them maybe not being... Because primals are made out of ether, right? That's their main point. I mean, that's a very, very big plot point, that they constantly have to get ether from somewhere, and that they're draining the planet of ether, and that they are, you know, what's it called? That they have crystals there every time one is summoned, and so on and so forth. I mean, that's a very big plot point over multiple times during the main story. What if the 12 are primals, but made out of dynamis instead. So kind of the same thing, just with dynamis instead of ether. Ways such as that which he just described for one. Others that come to mind are Helona's shield and spear, which reflect her status as a goddess of war, and Nemia's spinning wheel, which is an apt apparatus for a goddess of fate. Thus did they create this monument, this yoke, that they might never lose sight of their duty, no matter how much they may change. I'm inclined to agree with Raha. I mean, they pretty much said that themselves, right? The gods wrote that they endure by the will of the star. But wasn't that Hydaelyn? Who that refers to, we all know too well. Hydaelyn. By sundering reality, she must have known that she would shake the very foundation of existence. Anticipating the potential chaos, I suspect she charged her collaborators with maintaining stability. So yeah, that was kind of the obvious answer, but her collaborators? She still didn't necessarily create them, though. If this is true, then... Oh, if this is true, then might not the 13th unnamed being be the Watcher on the moon? The pieces certainly fall into place. I wonder if he would be willing to share what he knows. As it stands, we've yet to encounter 3 gods, and there's no telling what may happen once we fought them all. I believe we should try to uncover as much of the truth as we can, the better to know how to proceed. To that end, ere we seek out the Watcher, Raha and I shall return to Sharlayan to compile our findings. The data from the analyzer, not least of all. To think that the investigation might lead us to the moon! I eagerly look forward to the next stage of our fieldwork. It's a bit of a shame that it's just gonna stop here, right? Because as much as they, try to come up with actual stopping points for you, this very much seems like something that doesn't necessarily require, 8 months of prep work. But yeah. Yes, we'll have to wait. Like as not, yet more grueling encounters with the gods await. You should rest up and gather your strength. Is it really the Watcher, though? I don't know, this... Once again, just seems too simple to be the entire truth. Not long now, ere we arrive at the truth. The truth you are holding within yourself, maybe? For the longest time, I've journeyed alone, not involving myself in the affairs of others. But I've enjoyed our time together. You've undertaken the investigation with all earnestness, and it has been a pleasure to be part of it. When I imagine the moment we must part ways, I can't help but be saddened, and it surprises me that I feel that way. Forgive me. I didn't mean to act sentimental. If you'll excuse me, I shall head outside for some fresh air. Outside of what? Aren't we literally in the sky? Yeah, that was a bit of a weird sentence to mention here, but... There he goes again. Do you suppose you could follow after him? I can't quite say why, but I feel as though he'll suddenly vanish one day, never to return. Yeah, that might very well be the case. Because he's never been truly here, I suppose. I mean, well, it can't be the whole answer since this isn't over yet, right? Considering some of the sort of fundamental building blocks of, I would say, the entire universe that these gods seem to be presiding over. Yeah, I'm still just wondering what the actual deal is here, right? Have they just been... Because everything that Hydaelyn did... She created the moon as a spaceship. That in and of itself is crazy enough. But would she then also create 12 gods out of nothing? I mean... Not out of nothing. Because we've seen the 12 wonders in Elpis, haven't we? The big question that remains is whether or not the ancients might have been studying some sort of fundamental relationship, maybe between the elements. Or whether or not they created that through creation magic, and or created gods that were associated with specific building blocks. And then Hydaelyn just used those. Because something definitely existed before the Sundering, and Hydaelyn Venar used that to her advantage, I guess, during the Sundering. But... One major link here is definitely how the 12 are or seem to be intrinsically linked with the elements, right? And with the fact that sort of an astral and umbral factor exists. So the basic physical nature of the universe, if you will. And considering all we know about the ancients and about what they would have studied and how much they know and would have to know about ether in order to employ creation magics correctly, you'd assume that they would have, you know, studied it very well too, right? And just understood the fundamental nature of ether very, very well. I mean, I could stand here speculating about this the entire day. I guess we won't really find a solution or a, you know, an answer to all of this by ourselves. There are a number of possible scenarios that could come out of this, but Fruity Cutie? That's a funny name. But overall, why is this mount constantly coming out? What the hell? Wait, they didn't... No, never mind. Alright. Must have just been random. Yeah. No matter what they end up going with, it's going to be incredibly interesting to find out about. But it's also going to be impossible to really guess, right? We can speculate all we want. There are a few different scenarios that I think make sense a few different ways this could go, but all of them I feel like are kind of equal or equally likely. Let's put it that way. Oh, 'tis you. What is it? Snowgheim's worried that I'll suddenly vanish, you say? Well, as the saying goes, all things must come to an end. Whether we will it or no. When our work is finished, we must go our separate ways. Doing so will sadden me, as you know. Yet, that sadness is part of the joy I have derived from our companionship. So I will accept it when the time comes, and strive with you to the last. Ook? What's up with you, little guy? As you know, my friend, I would rather not live your own life. You live your own life, but having helped you, I won't send you away against your will. Well, you are a busy man, so I won't keep you. As before, rest assured I will share with you any tidings I receive from Kryl. Take care, my friend, and see you again in due course. Somehow I feel like the last part of this will be quite sad. Cute little Opo. I think he wants to stay with Derek, no matter where he goes. Oh, come now. You really needn't worry about me. I meant it when I said that I would strive with you to the last. So go on, tend to your own duties, and let us meet again when the investigation resumes. It's gonna be a while, I fear. But sure. Let us do that. Let's just sit down real quick again. Oh, that one. I mean, what I find most interesting and intriguing about this questline so far is that sometimes it almost seems like it has very obvious answers, or things that, you know, are definitely quite, I guess, surface level. Knowing this game, though, I'm also very certain that it's not going to stay that way. So, trying to think more and more about it, I don't know, I just can't seem to be able to arrive at any definitive conclusion or idea of what this could... Because, again, the fact that Derek, or not the fact, but the likeliness that Derek will turn out to be the 13th being, or some sort of humanized form of it, or shard of it, or what have you, might be the case, or it seems very likely. But again, I don't know, because this can't be all the answers, right? So some sort of bigger purpose or bigger idea still needs to be discovered here. I don't know. I don't think I'll figure it out until we actually get there. So speculation is all that really remains for us at this point in time. I am very much looking forward to seeing what this is going to turn out to be. I think. Yeah. It's kind of all that I can say at this point. Which is somewhat frustrating, arguably, but that's always the case, obviously, since these stories need to continue. It's just... in comparison, arguably, to other quests, I don't know, with the, with the raid quests and such, I mean, yes, sure, there's always this idea or, problem, well, not problem, but there's always this thing of, okay, the last section of them, right? There's always three sections, and the last of the sections will be the one that, you know, has all the answers. Lately, they seem to have been changing up that formula slightly. I mean, certainly the Pandemonium questline was entirely different to that. In that it almost already seems concluded that yet the biggest threat still seems to remain. And we don't really know what it is at all, right? Or why it exists. And with this questline, I would say quite different to the other ones. It sort of proposes some very fundamental questions that weren't a lot of investigation, yet we can't really continue with it since, well, it's not the last part of the quest series. Which honestly makes it even more intriguing. Anyways, let me quickly check a couple of messages here, because as I mentioned, a friend of mine asked me to craft some stuff. Because I'm wondering, looking at what else we can do. I mean, Island Sanctuary and stuff. Yeah, you know what? Let me just quickly answer some messages here. Just to make sure. See. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be crafting some stuff here for a friend. And then once I'm done with that, I guess we can check out some other things. I was just looking at the list. So, Island Sanctuary and custom deliveries. I think both the Void quests and Tataru's Grand Endeavor I might do tomorrow after the main story, probably. The thing is, there are still a couple of other things. So first of all, I think I want to progress with the Omicron quests as well. There are still some leftover things that I wasn't able to do, you know, for various reasons. Well, I was just lazy, kind of, with that. Well, it's also... It's also just that, I wanted to stream those. I wanted to go through the quests on stream. I did notice that it's a little bit of a problem though, because it's always just one step of the quest and then it takes a couple of days, but I didn't really have enough, I guess, stuff to stream in 14 to make that a thing. So, I could have done it like before the ultimate raids and whatnot, but that's always kind of difficult to plan around, honestly. Anyways, let me figure out what my friend here wants. Wait, did they actually? Nope. Nothing in the... Alright, so apparently we have new ruby new crafted ruby weapons. So I need to take a look at... So my friend wants, let's see, Astrologian, Dancer, and Black Mage. Astrologian is most likely going to be Goldsmith. And it would probably be... Wait a second, where would it be? Ruby weapon, so that's level 80, right? I always forget where they actually put these things. Oh, this is gonna be it, right? Yeah. Rubelux Astrometer. You know, as much as I disliked the weapon designs when they originally released, although this doesn't even look that bad, yeah, with the glow, they're kind of awesome, aren't they? And the only problem I have is that the sort of the red glow stuff sometimes turns out to be a bit pink. All right, what was it? 7? Wait, was it? No, it was 8. All right. Who typically does... Wait, Dancer and Black Mage. Oh, there's a number of weapons here. This is... Dancer. Who do I even have as specialist currently? This is Dancer. And Astro was the other one. Black Mage? Is that his tier 2? Gunbreaker, Monk, Sam, Ninja, Machinist. What is this even? Set of arms containing a Rublev. Oh, that's like a coffer. Ah, interesting. Huh. It's very different to how it worked previously, right? Dragoon, Bard, Black Mage. Well, the effect looks cool. I mean, honestly, this weapon is also pretty awesome, right? With the ruby weapon literally being on top of it. It's pretty awesome. Alright, so I'm currently set to Carpenter being specialist for whatever reason. Well, I could just switch that around twice, right? Wait, let me just confirm. Yeah, Carpenter. Write that to my friend.
The one thing that I dislike about this is, you know, you can switch over your specialist 3 times per week, right? I don't really get it. Honestly, it seems to me as if this is just a bit... I don't know. I mean, specialist is still a thing to a degree, but it's only really a thing for these crafted weapons most of the time, and it doesn't really seem to serve any sort of purpose since you can just swap them over, right? If it would be completely sort of locked out or locked in rather, and you had to rely on others to craft them, that would be one thing, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, it does cost scripts, right? Let me check my currency real quick here. Wait. Resize all the windows. I'm currently on... It only costs white scripts, I'm pretty sure. To switch that around, so 1,000 white scripts or something. Let's just confirm that real quick. I always forget where the... Oh, is that one of the new umbrellas? Yeah, that's a beautiful glamour. I always forget where the hell you buy the specialist crystals. Because the guide to switch that over, that's in Ishgard. But buying them should be here, correct? Crafter script miscellaneous. Master miscellaneous. Soul of the Crafter. Yeah, this thing. So I would need 2 of them, I suppose. What are they called again? Let's see, Rubelux Rod. Okay. There we go. Rubelux. That's a very weird name. Chakrams is for Dancer. Rod is for Black Mage, and what was the third one? Astrologian, right? Astrologian, there we go. And then we create a new group and add all 3 of them. Go into crafting. Ooh. They do require quite a bit in terms of materials. Okay, let me... my fucking screenshot tool is probably not going to work properly again. For some reason, you know, it's supposed to be able to take like a specific part of the screen, but for whatever reason, it never does that. So we'll just take a screenshot of the entirety of the screen and just crop it. Wait. Did it not work? Oh no, never mind.
For some reason, what is this? That's very strange. Delete that. And then cut this out. See, tool, cut. There we go. And send it over. I think I just need to make sure. Let's see. Yeah, so the ether sand's the old one. And I can just buy that. Well, I suppose since I have to get the, well, it might also be incredibly cheap. Let me double check that. Honestly, let's just... No, wait a second. So I need the two specialist things either way, correct? Wait, I added all of these to favorites. So, yeah. Chakram, specialist recipe, and specialist recipe. Right. So let's buy... two of the, where are they? To be fair, though, considering that these things came out today, a lot of the materials have probably gone up in price quite a bit on the market board. Let me see. Let's just grab two of these. I mean, either way, I can probably make use of them at some point or another. Okay. You see, the prism stones, I wonder if I have them. Apparently my friend's asking if I search. Yeah, stuff like that's probably gonna be pretty sought after today. Okay. I do wonder though, before grabbing my own prism stones, let me check what they cost. Oh wait, let me rescale this window too. There we go. Prism. What are they? Prism stone. There we go. Yeah, holy fuck. Somebody bought all of them. You know, I could make buck with those. Fucking hell. If you were... That's actually where you can make the easiest money, right? On a day like today, as you can see, a lot of people are buying that stuff. Then again, that's not entirely true. I mean, if you really look at it, only about 20 transactions have happened, right? It's just that the amount of prism stones that were on the market board, you know, in general, was probably really low. Since otherwise you wouldn't really need these at all. So looking at this, right, we're looking at about maybe 300,000 to 400,000 gil that somebody made, which is not bad considering that you don't have to put in any amount of effort and they're usually worth absolutely nothing, but yeah. Same with the ether sand. Yeah, I shouldn't have teleported over. I should have just bought that stuff. Scuro Glow. What a weird name. Oh, I also wrote it wrong, I think. Oh, it's without OU, it's just U. Scuro Glow. Yep, fairly expensive too. Although it's already gone down in price quite a bit. What the fuck? What are people doing? Apparently they don't want to make money, huh? So cheap to buy too. Scuro. Okay, I don't have that anymore. So I could refine the ether sand, but you can also buy it for 10 scripts, so... Okay, the sand. Sandalwood sap. I always forget the eye search. Eye search. Sandalwood. Well, thankfully I keep the stuff around, right? Okay. Okay, 8 Kingcraft demi materia, that would be another 200 scripts. So, nothing for me since I have the scripts. These aren't even that expensive, huh? I'll just buy those with scripts. Me, who cares? Let's just go to Old Charlian. Wait, is there a script exchange? There should be. Wait, is there? I always forget if there is a script exchange in Old Charlie. Let's just go to Ratzatan. It's safer. All right. Oh, by the way, since I'm standing here, let's put this into my... I hate having this stuff constantly lying around somewhere. Looks a bit weird, but sure. Oh wait, yeah. Let's go back to my trusty carpenter and make sure that... No, armory's still fine. Nice. Where the heck is the script exchange? Oh, right, let's see. My friend is constantly poor. I don't know what they're doing with their gil, but holy shit, they're definitely constantly running out of it. Anyways, though, what do we need? Is that, wait, it would be level 80, right? Since that's the level the weapons have. Slither sand. What the hell would that be, though? Bomb solution cancel. Oh, right, these things you can buy too, but they're quite expensive in terms of. I don't really want to spend that many scripts. I mean, the 2 specialist zones were already somewhat annoying to buy. Wait, where would they be though? Materia, gear? Shouldn't they be under materials? Since they're not here. Should be a level 80 sand. Wait. Level 80 material spade tokens. Oh. I'm an idiot. That's gatherer scripts, isn't it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. I was gonna say, wait, baits? There it is. Well, I don't need those anyways, so. When was the last time I spent gathering scripts for anything? Must have been a while, honestly. Okay, it says I need 6. Let's just mark that off. Stone, sandalwood, and let's see. Well, since I'm here, I can also exchange this one. Yeah. I feel like I'm forgetting something else. The Kingcraft materia. That's craft script, though. Just double check where you get that from. That's level 70, alright. Yeah. There we go. 8. And then a couple of things completed here. All right, the completion window I should also resize. There we go. And I sold something. What did I sell? Arm lumber, miracle apple lumber. Well, perfect. That means I'll have a bit more space for other things. There we go. This here. Wait, is this at 100%? No. There we go. And these things. At least I'm making a small amount of money with what I got earlier from the old primal weapon things. Alright, so what was it? Sandalwood sap and prism stones. So let's see. Why do I have that much of that? Holy fuck. Yeah, you think you can make a lot of money with that, but then you realize, well, sadly not that many people are gonna buy it at that price. Some of them will, but not that many. All right, so I can, let's put that here as well. Okay. Hopefully that should be it for the most part. So now let me quickly move back here. Oh, wait, no. Just gonna quickly exchange it for the time being. Gear exchange. Wait. Never mind. I need to get the stuff first. Would it be the twine? Produce enhance the properties of Lunar Endwalker's vestments. And this is for accessories. Somehow I always, confuse these. Or not confuse them, but I always feel like I need to make absolutely sure that I'm selecting the right thing. I mean, I know that twines are typically used for the left side gear, but still. Just to be absolutely sure. By the way, that gives me an opportunity to take a look at what this looks like. Oh. Yeah, that's pretty good for a red mage, isn't it? It doesn't dye the bright blue there at the back, but yeah. I would say it still fits. It depends on what else you're going to be wearing with this. Might be using it in the future. There we go. Let's put that here. That here. All right, there we go. That is that. Do we need anything else? Well, I don't really think so. I need to meet up with my friend anyways. Where the hell are they? Oh, there they are. Clam on point. Oh boy, that's a lot of stuff. Those are more solutions than we needed. She probably only really got one stack. Okay, we have this then. I guess I can keep mithrite sand. There we go. I think this should be everything. Right. Let's see. Sandalwood, lumber, pullable glass, fiber. You know what? I think they should just add what crafter does what on these sometimes. Yeah, I can resize the crafting window too. Honestly, in terms of the crafting windows, I'm a big fan of the changes. I don't know. A lot of the windows do look a lot clearer and just overall really, really cool with the new setup. But, yeah, I don't know. Okay, there we go. Alchemy. Two of these. Also appreciate how I can just make them, you know, instantly be HQ. Although I just realized the recipe is going to be, you know what? Yeah, this doesn't really make that much sense, does it? The recipe is level 80 anyways, so it's going to be easy to craft it in HQ no matter what, I think. There we go. And the last one would probably be goldsmith, I'd assume. Yeah, and tough whetstone probably should be 2. Okay, one of these. One of these. There we go. And in terms of actually making it in HQ, that shouldn't be an issue at all. Let's see, the only thing that I actually need to be careful of is not to finish the craft right away. Yeah, that should be fine. Oh yeah, it's easy as fuck. Holy hell. There we go. Yeah, honestly, looking at this, right, the way it glows and everything, I think they did a spectacular job of making these weapons look really, really cool. Let's see. Resize another window. There we go. Here. Okay, that's actually the samurai. Honestly, I really wasn't a fan of the ruby weapons before, but looking at these now, they're pretty awesome. I'm not gonna lie. They're just very, very different to a lot of other stuff. One second. Wait, I should confirm which one it was. So I need blacksmith, not armorer. I need blacksmith first. There we go. Carpenter. Oh, for fuck's sake. God, I hate this. This is so weird and unnecessarily complicated. There we go. See, where the hell is this? Place an armory chest, then you need to equip it too. There we go. My friend thinks pink is awesome. And they want the new ultimate weapons to have some pink glow going on. There we go. Okay, so 3 of these. There we go. Wait, do all crafters have their own size for the window? Seriously? Oh my god. Alright. This is also... Nope, never mind. I can do that myself too. There we go. And this was what? Okay. Two. Probably could have just crafted 6 of them, right? I should have just looked at that. Ah, never mind. Who cares? You can just do it one by one. Oh. Oh, right. My set doesn't. I forgot about that. Check. You need to save this. This doesn't need to be saved because I'm going to be switching it around here in a second anyways. There we go. Chakrams. Wait. Just to make absolutely sure again. Dance, yeah. Alright. Well, this way it does take a bit longer, but... anyways. Wait, that's not the right weapon. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. I just think, yeah, the outfit's really, really cute. The weapons, yeah, they look kind of brutish for that. And back to Ishgard. Obviously, I could have changed around, like, the Alchemist as a specialist or something, but I don't want to switch off of Culinarian or Alchemist. I just rather, you know... I mean, it doesn't make much of a difference. The only problem is that I have to... The fuck was that? That was probably the fastest loading screen I've ever seen. What the hell? Blacksmith, let's unequip this again. All right, what do I need before I never really want to make a mistake here. Remove this from favorites, and this one's the one that they still wanted to have, so goldsmith is what I need. Goldsmith. Blacksmith, there we go. And you can change it around 3 times per week, like seriously. You know, the reason why I find this is silly is because, well, you know, whenever they do release new crafted weapons like this, it's always just gonna be, you know, essentially, they're all gonna be on, you know, a couple different crafters. It's not like all 8 crafters will receive these weapons. It's most likely gonna be Carpenter, Goldsmith, and Blacksmith are the 3 ones that typically craft these weapons. So it doesn't even, like, the only reason why I keep, you know, my alchemist and the culinarian as specialists is so that I have additional, you know, CP to craft. Just makes things easier overall. So yeah, it's just a bit of a weird thing. All right, 3 of these. Quick synthesis. There we go. One of these. That's also goldsmith. And 2 of these. Thankfully. Oh, no, never mind. Yeah. Switch back to alchemy. Craft 2 of these. Yeah, I really should have just crafted 6 of them, but as I said, doesn't really make much of a difference at all. And back to goldsmith. And craft the entire thing. There we go. Easy. Well, I do have some stuff left over, which is nice. Ooh, do I want to risk doing the alliance raid as a black mage? Just had to flex my new weapon. All right. Yeah, that's kind of an asshole move, right? In crafting the new ruby weapon, but then flexing the DSR weapon. Either way, I really like it. So, you know, what's the point of putting all that time into a fucking ultimate if you're then not gonna actually flex the weapons, right? Although, Don't know if I actually can still play Black Mage. It's been a while. In the new raid, I mean, it shouldn't be too difficult though. There we go. Do I want to go as a Black Mage though? Well, let's just try that. I mean, at least that way I can test the weapon, I suppose, since I haven't really used it in any sort of content so far. And it's going to be really, really interesting getting through the raid again. And also a potential other chance at either receiving the minion, the triple triad cards, or the orchestral rolls. So that's always a good thing. Alright. I'm actually going to be quiet though while I'm doing this. I still continue streaming, but I'm not going to be talking for a while because they want to talk. Anyways, yeah, I'll be doing the Alliance raid again, and we'll hear each other most likely later on at some point. Till then, have a good one.